Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Perhaps there exists another ending. Yu Meng looked at him with a strange expression. You can't be thinking that the inhabitants of both worlds can coexist peacefully, right? Yang Kai burst out laughing and shook his head. That might have been possible before blood was shed, but both the demon realm and star boundary have lost too much. How can they coexist peacefully with this blood feud between them? Then, what is this other ending you mentioned? His gaze was scorching hot as he eagerly explained. When it comes down to it, the dispute between the demon realm and star boundary can be summarized into one simple word: survival. What the demon realm desires is another world for them to live in. On the other hand, what the star boundary desires is to protect their home. Isn't the reason why both the great emperors and the demon saints dare not take action so easily? They are afraid of destroying the world. Even if the demon realm obtained victory in the end, how many people will survive if the dispute between both worlds continues in this manner? Forget those weaker members of the demon race. I'm afraid even most of the demon saints will probably meet their end. She stared at him in astonishment. You've actually thought that far ahead? He smiled. Well, I have stayed in the demon realm for such a long time. If I can't even understand this much, then my trip here would have been all in vain. Even if everything you've said is correct, what can you do about it? All living creatures will search for ways to survive as long as they are sentient. The dispute between the two worlds will not end until a victor emerges. Looking at her, he asked, what if there is another place that can accommodate the demon race? Yu Meng furrowed her eyebrows at those words and replied in a pensive manner. Do you mean another great world? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, his gaze turning deep and profound. The land area in that world is no smaller than the demon realm of today. The world principles there are no worse than the demon realm either. Be it the lowest of the demon race or the demon saints themselves, all of you can safely live in that place. That world can be said to be another, brand new demon realm. Do you know where such a world is? She raised her eyebrows at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before shaking his head slowly. I don't know yet, but perhaps I will in the future. Yu Meng looked at him for a short while before she smilingly asked, just what are you trying to say? He replied with a serious expression. If there is such a place, will you help me? Meng, how can I help you? Convince all the other demon saints to move the entire demon race there. That's impossible. She laughed scornfully. While it's true that the demon realm started this war for the sake of survival at this point, it's hard to say how many are truly acting on their original intentions. Don't forget, the demon race is full of bloodthirsty battle junkies. Yang Kai furrowed his brow at those words. If he thought about it, this was a major factor too. Thus, he went for the next best thing instead. All right, let's not talk about the others for the time being. I will only ask you, how will you choose if given the choice? She was taken aback for a moment before replying lightly. If there really is such a place, she abruptly gave a flick of her sleeves. We'll talk about it then. Without giving him a chance to respond, she continued on her own. I'm returning to the holy city. You will come with me. It's not safe for you to remain here so long as senior brother Huang has not said anything. Pack up whatever you need quickly. I will wait for you outside. Finished with what she wanted to say, she began walking outside. However, she frowned with a touch of pain in her expression before she could take more than a few steps. Reaching down to clutch at her abdomen, she threw a vicious glare at him. Yang Kai stood beside the bed without a single piece of cloth covering his body, his hands on his waist, admiring her enchanting back and slightly strange gait with a mischievous grin. Although Yu Meng had not made her stance on the matter clear in the end, he had seen that she was swayed by his proposal. That had greatly encouraged him. It gave him a stronger certainty that the sudden idea that had popped into his head might be possible to realize. Moreover, she had not done anything to him even after realizing the various intentions in his head. On the contrary, she was bringing him back to the holy city with her to seek refuge. That showed that she still cared about him. It might have been because of the heart seal secret technique or perhaps the effects of sharing a bed with him, but regardless of the reason, it was a good start. Yang Kai suddenly felt his entire body relaxing. The fact that he no longer needed to put up a pretense in front of Yu Meng reduced a lot of the pressure on him. A short while later, Yang Kai got dressed and left to look for Lao Ku. After leaving his instructions with the Demon King, he took off into the air with Yu Meng. He did not bring the embodiment with him and instead left him behind to protect Cloud Shadow Continent in case of unexpected accidents. Yu Meng ignored Yang Kai throughout the journey as if they had not shared many intimate moments over the past few days with him. She was probably still feeling angry and sullen. Not willing to upset her further, Yang Kai decided to close his eyes and rest instead. Unfortunately, that only irritated her even more and she was tempted to throw him out on several occasions. A demon saint's flight speed was extremely fast, therefore it took them less than half a day to arrive on Enchantment Continent. Upon entering the palace in the Holy City, Yu Meng tossed Yang Kai into the courtyard where he stayed before and disappeared without a word. She didn't even give him a chance to speak. The maids in the courtyard were the same ones as last time. None of them had changed aside from Xiaowu, whom he had brought with him to Cloud Shadow Continent. Needless to say, they recognized him and served him wholeheartedly. He entered the room and ordered them not to disturb him without reason. Only then did he sit down cross-legged. Sighing softly, he entered the small sealed world. In the next moment, he appeared in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. The two wood spirits, Mu Zhu and Mu Na, immediately became aware of his presence and flew over from somewhere. After seeing Yang Kai, they shouted in unison, "Master?" Yang Kai looked around and asked, "Where's the person I sent here the other day?" The two wood spirits exchanged a look with each other before Mu Zhu said, "Master, please come with me." While speaking, she turned around and led the way, navigating through the various exotic plants and flowers. Yang Kai soon arrived in front of a certain spirit plant with gigantic leaves under the guidance of the two wood spirits. There were 3 long leaves on the spirit plant that stretched out like 3 big beds. 2 of the leaves were stretched out fully, while the last one was furled up tightly as though wrapped around something. He immediately understood what it was and looked at that spirit leaf with a sorrowful gaze. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand to touch the spirit leaf, causing it to unfurl itself, presenting the body of a person. That person had a peaceful expression as though he was in a deep sleep. It was Bright Moon Great Emperor. The blood stains on the Great Emperor's body had been cleaned, and the two wood spirits even changed his clothes for him to cover up the huge gaping wound in the middle of his chest. His face was extremely pale and he was completely devoid of vitality. "Did you try to restore his vitality?" he asked. The Wood Spirit clan was not only proficient in cultivating spirit flowers and exotic herbs, but also very adept at healing techniques. He had sent Bright Moon here that day in hopes that the two wood spirits could do something to bring the dead back to life and preserve one of the pillars of the star boundary. "Master, he was already gone by the time you sent him here. All that remained was an empty shell. There was nothing Na and I could do," Mu Zhu replied softly. He did not respond. "Master, this man is?" she asked softly from the side. When he sent Bright Moon's body here the other day, she and Mu Na had discovered him immediately. They also realized that this person must be an extremely important person. After all, it was the first time Yang Kai had ever sent a corpse to the medicine garden. He would not have sent anybody here unless they held very special meaning to him. One of the 10 great emperors, Bright Moon Great Emperor. While speaking, he pulled up his robes and knelt respectfully in front of Bright Moon's corpse. He took a shallow breath and quickly continued, "Senior Junior Yang Kai swears to you that I won't let you down. I will put my life on the line to prevent the star boundary's will from being stolen and to protect the star boundary from danger. I hope you will give me your protection and blessings from the heavens." After he finished speaking, he bowed 3 times, deeply and respectfully. The two wood spirits behind him imitated his actions. Although they had never met, a great emperor was worthy of their respect. A short while later, he instructed the two wood spirits to take good care of Bright Moon's body. Then his figure flickered, and he disappeared from that spot, soon appearing on top of a tall mountain. A figure stood alone on the top of that mountain. Nobody knew how long that person had been standing there, but he gave off an indescribably sad and desolate air. Seeming to notice something, he suddenly yelled, "Who is it?" When he turned around to look, his eyes suddenly widened. A look of pleasant surprise burst forth from his gaze, almost as though he found a glimmer of hope in the midst of his despair. He practically scrambled and crawled over to Yang Kai in a rush and wept, "Sir, I finally meet you again. Sir, I'm begging you. Please let me go." Yang Kai looked down at the low-rank demon king sprawled on the ground in front of him. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "I recall your name is Huoluan. Yes?" Huoluan nodded quickly. "Yes. This lowly one is indeed called Huoluan." This person was none other than the low-rank demon king that Xianxia had coerced during his return journey from Eternal Sky Continent to Cloud Shadow Continent. He had borrowed this person's body to pass through several strictly blockaded territory gates to safely return to the Cloud Shadow Continent. It was just that this person had learned about the existence of the sealed world bead, so Xianxia had thrown him inside just in case. On the one hand, Xianxia had not wanted the secret of the sealed world bead to be exposed. On the other hand, he had wanted to run an experiment. Huoluan continued, "Sir, please let me know if you have any instructions for me. This lowly one will do everything you ask of without complaining. I just beg that you don't lock me up in here anymore, sir." This damned place was extremely vast, and he had been searching for a way out since he arrived. However, he had not been able to find anything. What frightened him even more was that there was not a single living thing here. It was as though he was the only one left in the entire whole world. Therefore, he had been under tremendous psychological pressure in this desolate and unfamiliar environment. If not for his demon king cultivation and strong mental fortitude, he would likely have suffered a nervous breakdown a long time ago. For that reason, seeing Xianxia again at this time was like meeting his savior. "What's wrong? Are you having trouble getting used to living here?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Huoluan wept with a melancholic expression. "Sir, this is but a desolate wasteland. There's nobody here. How can I get used to it?" He replied to the question honestly. After saying that, his expression became incredibly sincere. "Sir, this lowly one will obey you wholeheartedly from now on if you just let me out." Xianxia smiled. "What would I need from a low-ranked demon king like you?" Huoluan's complexion paled. Thinking back on the power Xianxia had displayed previously, he realized that a low-ranked demon king was really useless to Xianxia and instantly died inside at the realization. Huoluan was wallowing in despair when he heard Xianxia speak again. "Let me ask you this. How does this place feel different to you compared to the demon realm?" It stood to reason that he did not dare to refuse answering any one of Xianxia's questions. So composing himself, Huoluan replied, "The world energy is not as abundant and the principles are on the weaker side. If I stay here for too long, I'm afraid my cultivation will be at risk of regressing. The world energy and principles of the small sealed world's original territory were abundant and perfect. However, this piece of newly devoured and integrated territory was much poorer in comparison. It was formed from the fragments of the demon realm continents that had disappeared after all, so it was an unexpected miracle in itself that these fragments could reintegrate. How much more could one ask?" Huoluan hesitated for a moment after saying that. Then he asked cautiously, "Sir, is this place not the demon realm?" When it came down to it, he was still a low-ranked demon king, so it was only natural that he was somewhat aware that he had suddenly arrived in another world. "Of course this isn't the demon realm." Xianxia nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting, "but it may become another demon realm in the future." What do you mean?" Huoluan looked confused. "It's none of your business what I mean. I have an extremely important task for you. If you do this well, then I might give you back your freedom one day." Huoluan was pleasantly surprised and affirmed, "Sir, please do tell. This lowly one will do his best. I want you to live here with peace of mind. This world might experience some unexpected changes in the near future. All you have to do is record the changes that occur in this place and report them all to me. Perhaps you will be reluctant to leave this place one day. Who would want to live in this damned place?" He retorted rudely in his heart. Even so, Huoluan quickly accepted the task on the surface. He couldn't help wondering to himself, what kind of mission is this? More importantly, what kind of changes will occur in this world? While he was still caught up in his doubts, Xianxia had already vanished from sight. Shocked, Huoluan hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs a few times, but there was no response whatsoever, so he couldn't help feeling depressed. Thinking back on the instructions that Xianxia had given him, he could only pray that Xianxia would do as promised and he would be allowed to go free one day. A short while later, a log house appeared on the top of the mountain. He needed a place to stay if he was going to be living here, and it was a simple task for a low-ranked demon king to build himself a simple hut. Inside his room, Xianxia composed his emotions, sat down cross-legged, and calmed his mind. Bright Moon was gone, and there was no way to bring the dead back to life. All he could do now was to fulfill the task Bright Moon had entrusted to him and protect the opportunity in his possession. To do that, he needed more strength. Since breaking through by a minor realm the other day, Xianxia had not had the time to sit and understand his current condition. It was only natural for him to be excited to see the differences within himself before and after the breakthrough, since he finally had some free time on his hands. Naturally, his main reason was to check if there were any hidden dangers. The power in his body had suddenly undergone such extreme changes that even he felt nervous, especially since the seal on the ancient demon's demon chi in his dantian had been fully released. He was very worried that he might suffer from some sort of drawback as a result. A powerful wave of divine sense surged and swept across his body, little by little, as he examined himself extremely thoroughly. A full day later, Xianxia exhaled deeply. His inspection had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his breakthrough. The power in his body had been completely converted, his body and meridians had not been damaged, and the rich demon chi flowed through him without any hindrances. Even though there was nothing wrong with his body, Xianxia had an extremely sorrowful expression on his face. His current condition was a perfect example of a standard high-rank demon king, and he just couldn't get used to the idea. He honestly did not know whether he would be hunted down as part of the demon race if he returned to the star boundary now. Nevertheless, there was no point in thinking about such things at the moment. He decided to set aside these thoughts and try to circulate his secret art instead. The demon chi in the world surged towards him, pouring into his pores and flowing through his meridians before sinking into his dantian. He could really cultivate in the demon realm without any scruples now. Xianxia had been in the demon realm for such a long time, but he practically never cultivated during that period. The main reason was that the conditions did not allow for it. The world was filled with demon chi, which was completely different from the pure world energy found in the star boundary. It could have caused unpredictable consequences if he had rashly absorbed it into his body. Unlike the embodiment, Xianxia had not cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was only natural that he did not dare to try cultivating here lightly. But the environment in the demon realm was no longer a constraint to him now that he had completely undergone demonification. I can absorb the demon chi in the world, but what about demon crystals? Without hesitation, Xianxia took out a large number of demon crystals from his space ring and shattered them. The room was instantly flooded with abundant demon chi, and as he breathed, the demon chi poured into his body without causing him any discomfort whatsoever. Immediately after that, he flipped his hand and took out a myriad demon pill, only hesitating for a moment before placing it into his mouth and swallowing it. The myriad demon pill was not a spirit pill. Rather, it was a special existence formed in the myriad demon caves on the various continents in the demon realm. Those myriad demon caves absorbed the vitality and spiritual essence of the demon race living on each continent at all times, which in turn resulted in the formation of myriad demon pills like fruits inside each myriad demon caves. Xianxia wasn't sure why the myriad demon caves had such peculiar abilities. He only knew that they suddenly appeared after the demon realm shattered into many independent continents. The myriad demon caves gave him a very strange feeling. They felt like they were living things, but even so, that did not prevent the myriad demon pills from having powerful effects on the demon race. The myriad demon pills formed in the myriad demon caves were equivalent to the crystallization of the demon race's vitality and spiritual essence on each continent. Hence, they contained huge and terrifying energy. The embodiment had advanced to become a half-saint in a very short time, all thanks to his consumption of myriad demon pills. Xianxia didn't feel anything when the myriad demon pill first entered his abdomen. However, he soon felt his stomach becoming boiling hot. It felt as though what he swallowed was not a myriad demon pill but a burning hot soldering chunk of iron. The huge energy exploded in his lower abdomen and flooded every corner of his body, causing his flesh to squirm and his meridians to swell. He was secretly surprised. He had long known that the energy contained in the myriad demon pills was unimaginable, but it wasn't until he actually consumed one that he realized just how huge the energy reserves were. No wonder only the members of the demon race in the Demon King realm and above were eligible to enjoy the benefits of the myriad demon pills. If any member of the demon race below the Demon King realm were to consume such a treasure, even a high-ranked demon great general would explode and die immediately. At present, Xianxia was a high-ranked demon king. Moreover, his true strength far surpassed that of an ordinary high-ranked demon king. Therefore, a single myriad demon pill could not harm him. He guided the energy in his abdomen to flow into his limbs and skeletal structure, then refined that energy into his body bit by bit. He could clearly feel his strength increasing little by little. He couldn't help feeling somewhat amazed. The myriad demon pill was more powerful than any of the other treasures or emperor spirit pills he had taken before. It was no wonder that the demon race held a large advantage over the star boundary in terms of top masters. It wasn't just because the demon race had a larger population compared to the star boundary, it was also because they possessed myriad demon pills. The power difference between the two worlds was unbalanced from the beginning, and now that Bright Moon was dead, one of the peak-level powerhouses had been lost and the imbalance became even more obvious. If the dispute between the two worlds were to continue, the star boundary was bound to face a catastrophic end. It wouldn't even take 10 years for the star boundary to fall, not unless they could figure out a way to reduce the number of demon saints. Unfortunately, a demon saint was not that easy to kill. On the contrary, it would give the star boundary a chance to survive if there was another way to end the dispute between the two worlds. Xianxia knew that he needed to pick up the pace. He had to figure out another solution before the demon realm went all out in their invasion and the demon saints entered the battlefields themselves. A single myriad demon pill took Xianxia a full 10 days to completely absorb. He could not compare to the embodiment's speed at all. Due to the embodiment's constitution and cultivation technique, he was much faster at consuming the myriad demon pills compared to Xianxia. Furthermore, the embodiment's speed was sure to increase now that he was a half-saint. Luckily, I stole nearly 10,000 myriad demon pills from Bailiamo. Xianxia opened his room door and called upon the maids. After making some inquiries, he learnt that Yu Rumeng had not come looking for him nor passed any messages to him at all during this period. Thus, he continued cultivating. He swallowed another myriad demon pill and began refining it. It wasn't until he finished refining 3 myriad demon pills that he received news from Yu Rumeng. The person who came bearing the message was none other than an old acquaintance of his, Baizhua. Baizhua had also participated in the scramble for the opportunity back on Eternal Sky Continent. Unfortunately, his luck was rather poor. He had been injured by Bright Moon and was recuperating in the Holy City recently as a result. If not for that, he would have already rushed back to the Two Worlds battlefield. When Xianxia saw him, he was still rather pale-faced and would also cough from time to time. The two of them left the palace together, found a restaurant in the Holy City, and sat down to talk over some drinks. After a few rounds, Baizhua smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, you really are a person with big opportunities. More than 100 half-saints returned empty-handed after that battle on Eternal Sky Continent. In fact, more than 10 half-saints lost their lives there. And yet, only you managed to grab the opportunity, Brother Yang. It really makes me envious." Xianxia finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and smiled slightly in response. It is said that fortune is a mysterious and fickle thing. Who can tell clearly where fate lies? I never meant to snatch the opportunity that day, I was only there to watch the fun. Baizhua replied with a look of envy, "That's why I said your luck is amazing, Brother Yang." So many half-saints had gone all out while eyeing that opportunity covetously, but in the end, it had been taken by a person who was only there to enjoy the show. It was enough to make one spit 3 liters of blood from the frustration. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Holy Venerable has asked me to inform you that your affairs have been settled. All of the Holy Venerables have come to an agreement that they will not attack you again directly." That outcome was within Xianxia's expectations. Since Huang Wuji himself had uttered those words, he could not slap himself in the face by taking them back. In addition, the rest of the demon saints would act out of respect for him. In any case, from the demon race's point of view, Xianxia had thoroughly undergone demonification and could now be regarded as one of them. Therefore, it didn't make much of a difference whether the opportunity was in his possession or one of the half-saints. It was also for this reason that Xueli had no choice but to retreat the other day. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia asked, "That is to say, I will be safe in the demon realm from now on, right?" Baizhua smiled meaningfully. "Relatively speaking, it should be much safer. Relatively speaking." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, quickly reading between the lines. Baizhua laughed. Holy Venerable Huang Wuji has spoken. The other Holy Venerables will have some scruples, so they won't cause further trouble for you. However, that does not necessarily apply to the half-saints. Yang Kai was surprised. Even the Holy Venerables have some scruples. How can it be that the half-saints don't have any? Baizhua slowly shook his head and sighed softly. Brother Yang, you must know that the opportunity in your possession was originally prepared for all the half-saints in the demon realm. It's just that it happened to fall into your possession in the end. It would have been one thing were you really a member of the demon race. Unfortunately, Brother Yang, you know what kind of situation you're currently in too. Somebody will inevitably make a fuss about your background and cause a dispute over it. I understand what you mean, Brother Baizhua. In the demon realm, the demon saints are concerned about their status and pride, so they won't do anything to me. But those half-saints don't have the same concerns, am I right? Baizhua said, since ancient times, wealth blinds while opportunities breed greed. What's more, this opportunity is a direct path to the heavens to all half-saints. If not for the fact that I've known you for a long time now and that we work together under the same Holy Venerable, I would honestly have been tempted too. Yang Kai nodded gently in response. Baizhua then lowered his voice and continued, these are the results of the negotiations between Holy Venerable and the other Holy Venerables. There is no fault in the Holy Venerable's reasoning either. Simply put, if you don't have the power to protect the opportunity in your possession, then you might as well hand it over as soon as possible. Baizhua paused for a moment before adding, Holy Venerable asked me to inform you that since you have received the opportunity, it is best if you remain in the holy city to cultivate peacefully. Once you have reached the peak of your current realm, nobody will be able to do anything to you anymore. Yang Kai looked at Baizhua and asked, is that what Holy Venerable said? Baizhua replied solemnly, not one word more, nor one word less. Immediately after that, he asked with a strange expression, Brother Yang, this may be an inappropriate question, but have you done something to upset Holy Venerable? He couldn't shake the feeling that the Holy Venerable's attitude towards Yang Kai had become a little complicated. Despite her clear concern, it felt like she wanted to be indirect about it, saying one thing but meaning something else. Baizhua would never forget witnessing such behavior. He had served under Yu Rumeng for so many centuries, but he had never seen her with such an expression before. It was the look a young maiden would show when she was experiencing her first love. He had been quite taken aback when he first saw it, in fact. It would not have been a big deal if it had been anybody else. However, Yu Rumeng was no ordinary person. She was one of the 12 demon saints in existence that stood at the pinnacle of the demon realm. He couldn't believe that there would be a time when she could show such a look too. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, asking another question instead of answering the previous one. Since Holy Venerable asked you to inform me about this, does that mean she doesn't want to see me? Baizhua lightly coughed and vaguely replied, I don't know about that. All I know is that Holy Venerable truly values you, Brother Yang. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Brother Yang, do you mean? Baizhua looked at Yang Kai inquisitively. Yang Kai grabbed the cup of wine in front of him and poured the contents into his mouth. After a moment, he slammed the cup down on the table heavily, wiped his mouth with his hand, and declared, Time will not wait for me. I won't be staying long in the holy city. Baizhua sighed again and smacked his lips. Holy Venerable mentioned that if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. There is no need to see her first. Yang Kai nodded at those words. Fine. Women are troublesome, so it will only be more hassle if we meet. Baizhua looked down at his shoes, pretending to have heard nothing. By the way, Brother Baizhua, Yang Kai suddenly stared at Baizhua with a scorching gaze. Can I ask you a question? If any half-saint came looking for trouble with me, can I kill them? Baizhua was startled when he heard those words. Lifting his head, he saw that Yang Kai's eyes were brimming with murderous intentions, and he couldn't help asking, Who are you planning to kill, Brother Yang? I will kill anybody who comes picking a fight with me. If an ordinary high-rank demon king had spoken such bold words, Baizhua would have burst out laughing, believing that person didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There was a vast gap between a demon king and a half-saint, as big as the difference between an elephant and an ant. How is it not amusing for an ant to even dream of biting an elephant to death? However, he had no choice but to take those words seriously since Xianxia was the one who said them. After all, the person in front of him was no ordinary high-ranked demon king. He briefly considered it for a moment before answering. Nobody is willing to stick out their neck and allow another to cut off their head. You can retaliate if anybody tries to harm you. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is your right, brother Yang. Good. Xianxia stood up and cupped his fists. Many thanks for the hospitality, brother Baizhua. Let us meet again in the future. After saying that, he strode out of the restaurant. Upon exiting, Xianxia looked back in the direction of the palace, vaguely aware of a gaze that seemed to be looking at him, though he could not tell where it was coming from. Grinning widely, he lifted a hand and vigorously waved in that direction before shooting up into the sky and disappearing into the distance. An incense stick later, Baizhua stood inside the palace and truthfully reported the events of his meeting with Xianxia. Ru Meng calmly listened to the end before raising her brow and asking, "Did he just leave like that?" "He didn't leave any kind of message at all." Baizhua lowered his gaze and shook his head slowly. He did not leave behind a single word. Afterwards, he seemed to hear the sound of somebody grinding their teeth and couldn't help shivering from the chill that ran down his back. After considering it for a moment, he continued, "Although Brother Yang currently carries the great Emperor's opportunity in him, he cannot be considered powerful. His hasty departure is no different from a child running through a bustling city with a pocketful of money. He will only attract countless covetous gazes to him. Should I chase after him and bring him back?" "Why would you want to chase him?" Ru Meng's complexion paled with anger. She gritted her teeth and flicked her sleeves irritably. "Just let him die outside." Baizhua lowered his head even further, scolding Xianxia furiously in his heart. "That guy just upped and left, leaving me to weather through the holy venerable's stormy temper. It's just too unfair." Instinctively realizing that he would be miserable if he continued to stay in the holy city, Baizhua ignored the fact that he was still injured and cupped his fists. "Holy Venerable, it's been a while since I returned, and the two worlds battlefield remains without a leader. Please allow me to return to the front lines and preside over the overall situation." Ru Meng's expression clouded over slightly at those words, and she asked in concern, "How are your injuries?" To which Baizhua replied, "It is nothing serious. I only need to recuperate for a few more days to recover fully. Many thanks for your concern, Holy Venerable." Thus she nodded. "If that's what you want, this saint will allow it. Take this. It will aid your recovery." While speaking, a jade box smoothly and steadily flew over to him. Knowing that it must be a treasure for healing purposes, Baizhua hurriedly thanked her for her graciousness. Then she suddenly spoke up just before he left. "This time, focus more on defense when you stand on the two worlds battlefield. Don't start battles lightly." He was stunned to hear those words and did not know why she issued such an order. The army under the 12 demon saints was currently divided into 12 equal parts, each performing their own respective duties. The territory conquered by their respective armies would in turn become their own. It was equivalent to a competition between the 12 demon saints to snatch up land in the star boundary in advance. Once the star boundary was occupied in the future, the amount of land conquered by each demon saint during the war would determine the size of the territory they would control. Despite that, Ru Meng's orders were equivalent to giving up her advantage in this competition. At this rate, she would not occupy much territory if they really took over the star boundary in the future. It was impossible for her to resettle all the people living on the continents under her without enough land. If she failed to resettle those people, there would definitely be riots and rebellion from the masses. He was extremely puzzled, and under normal circumstances, he would have questioned her motives carefully. Unfortunately, Ru Meng was clearly in a terrible mood, so he did not dare to speak carelessly. Thus, he could only docilely accept her orders and leave. After Baizhua took his leave, a strong force burst out of Ru Meng's tender body that swept across the entire palace, causing all the furnishings in the palace to explode into dust from the impact. Gritting her teeth, she roared, "Bastard!" The guards and the maids in the palace trembled with fright, crouching on the ground with their hands over their heads. Oh! The scenery on Flying Cloud's continent was beautiful. There were undulating mountains and countless rivers. Moreover, the world energy was extremely abundant in this place. It was one of the territories under Uru Meng that was being managed by a half-saint. The overall strength of the entire continent was not weak. Be that as it may, there was an obvious difference between the customs on this continent compared to most other continents. Here, women were superior to men. The status of the male demons was lower than that of the female demons unless their cultivation had reached a certain realm. This disparity was more strongly portrayed among the weaker members of the demon race. The female demons held all the important positions in various villages, towns, and even cities. In contrast, the male demons with the same cultivation were generally slightly more disadvantaged than their female counterparts. The main reason for this was the half-saint who ruled this continent. She was a female member of the demon race. Moreover, she was from the same clan as Uru Meng, the Charm Demon clan. Among the hundreds of clans in the demon realm, each one had their own specialties and characteristics. The speciality of the Charm Demon clan was that their soul cultivation was superior to all others in the same realm. They also specialized in seduction. Every single Charm Demon was a natural beauty. In the demon realm, which member of the demon race with a little bit of strength and status did not have a few charm demons around for their pleasure? The charm demons were well known for their seduction skills and bedroom techniques. In this regard, Xianxia had enjoyed an unforgettable experience with Uru Meng. Even though it was her first time, her performance in bed had left him wanting. She was almost comparable to Shan Qing Luo, and this was just the beginning. Given a little more time, even Shan Qing Luo would be outdone by her. The half-saint Xianxia, who was the governor of Flying Cloud's continent, might have been born a charm demon, but nobody had the right to make her feign obedience and cater to their pleasure due to her cultivation and status. On the contrary, she kept more than 3,000 male concubines in Flying Cloud's palace, with the number increasing every year. As new male concubines were brought in, older male concubines were naturally sent out. However, regardless of the race or cultivation of these male concubines, those that stayed in Flying Cloud's palace for more than 3 years generally did not live long after being let go. The Charm Demon clan's techniques in the bedroom were exquisite, and their innate ability to gather yang to supplement yin was one of their specialties. What male demon could bear the burden of being a half-saint charm demon supplement? Therefore, things would be hectic on Flying Cloud's continent for a while at a certain time every year. The demon kings overseeing their respective areas had to try their best to select outstanding and strong male demons from their territories to send to Flying Cloud's palace for Xianxia's pleasure. Even though it wasn't time to select those who would enter the palace yet, Flying Cloud's continent was bustling once again. Moreover, the demand from Flying Cloud's palace this time around was higher than in previous years. The whole continent was operating in full swing, and a continuous stream of qualified male demons were sent to the capital. More than 1,000 men had been sent into Flying Cloud's palace over the past month, and it showed no signs of slowing down yet. Most ordinary demons did not know the real reason for this. They simply thought that Xianxia was doing this for her own pleasure. Thus, they secretly admired and envied her at the same time for her vigor. Despite knowing that the men who were sent into Flying Cloud's palace would not live long, being able to sleep with a half-saint was something countless men could only dream about, much less a half-saint of the Charm Demon clan. For that reason, many male demons from Flying Cloud's continent would voluntarily sign themselves up to enter the palace whenever it issued a summons for more people in the previous years. Only very few demon kings knew the inside story. Xianxia governed Flying Cloud's continent. Although she had always done this, it had never been as ridiculous as this time. More importantly, it wasn't for her pleasure. The truth was she was suffering from injuries and desperately needed the young men to heal herself. During the battle on Eternal Sky Continent, more than 10 half-saints had been killed while many more were wounded. Baizhua was one of the wounded, as was Xianxia. Compared to Baizhua though, her injuries were much more severe. She had nearly been killed on the spot by Bright Moon Great Emperor, and if she had not avoided the blow in the nick of time, Flying Cloud's continent would be without a leader now. Flying Cloud's palace was located where the demon chi was densest on Flying Cloud's continent. The entire palace had been built to a magnificent and grand scale with countless halls inside, demonstrating the flair of the continent lord. A group of male demons stood in a long line outside the main hall, each of them in thin, practically see-through robes as they waited patiently. These male demons were the people selected from various places throughout the continent, and all of them were strong and sturdy. Some were as burly as an iron tower, some were as handsome as phoenixes, and some bore the scars of profound vicissitudes. Every one of them was good-looking and had different characteristics. A female demon king with extraordinary cultivation was stationed at the front of the line, inspecting them one by one. She was dressed in very revealing clothes. Perhaps it was because she had been serving under Xianxia for such a long time that her actions and mannerisms were similarly bold and unrestrained. While performing her checks on the men, she would stretch out her hand from time to time to grope at their broad chests. What's more, she even grabbed at their nether regions to get a feel for the size of their packages. If it was to her taste, she would smile charmingly, and if it was not, they would be driven away on the spot. Hence, some of the male demons would occasionally be dragged out of the queue by the guards and thrown out of Flying Cloud's palace. The male demons who passed the inspection were soon divided into groups of 10 and welcomed into the great hall by another female demon king. The door of the hall opened and closed constantly, as though it was an invisible beast devouring various delicacies. Interestingly, the male demons who entered the main hall never came back out again. Nobody knew where they went. Once in a while, soft moans could be heard from inside when the doors to the main hall were opened. When these moans entered the ears of the male demons waiting outside, it caused their blood to boil and their breathing to quicken. Shortly after that, the female demon king who was in charge of the inspection came to stand in front of a certain male demon. Her brow automatically furrowed at the sight of him. She did not know why, but this person seemed a little off. Even so, she could not find anything wrong with him even upon closer inspection. On the contrary, the strong and broad chest that was partly hidden underneath the thin robes made her eyes light up. Licking her lips, she acted as usual and slid a jade-white hand into his robe to grope him lightly. His chest felt as tough as iron and her breath caught in her throat as she swallowed nervously. "Which clan are you from?" The male demons grinned. "Strength Demon Clan." "No wonder." The female demon king exhaled an orchid scent, her tones soft as she whispered while stroking his chest. "It gives off such an imposing feeling." While speaking, her small hand slowly slid downward, but just as she was about to touch his crucial spot, a large hand suddenly caught her jade-white hand. A domineering force came from that large hand, causing her to feel the faintest trace of pain. However, his actions did not upset her. They only made her more interested in the strength demon who was standing in front of her. Her beautiful lashes fluttered elegantly as her complexion was slightly flushed. "What's wrong? Can't I touch a little?" The strength demon leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Madam, please take this lowly one away with you if you really want a taste. You can touch as much as you want then." His hot breath blew against her earlobe, causing them to turn red in an instant. Her entire body became hot and uncomfortable. Biting her red lips, she chuckled. "How dare you tease this queen like this?" While speaking, she struggled with an internal conflict for a moment before she sighed softly and withdrew her hand. "Someone will be coming to lead you into the hall later. Take good care of madam when you go inside." The strength demon shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. On the other hand, the female demon king brushed past him with a look of regret. Even though she really wanted to bring such a superb specimen like him back with her, she did not have the guts to steal something from her superior and could only lament a little. In the meantime, the door to the main hall opened and closed with 10 people entering the great hall at hourly intervals. The long line kept moving forward. Approximately 6 hours later, it was finally the turn of the group that the strength demon from before belonged to. They followed another female demon king into the hall, and when the door closed again, a strange slapping sound and a low roar entered their ears. The sounds were coming from the deepest part of the hall, but it was much clearer now compared to the occasional cry heard from outside the door. Soon, the entire group of male demons began breathing heavily. They followed the female demon king as she proceeded deeper inside, and a short while later, a rose-colored world came into view. They were standing inside a room where a large bed and a mess of naked bodies were entangled like a snake pit while the air was filled with an ambiguous scent. There was only one woman among that tangle of bodies, her figure incredibly graceful. Meanwhile, the rest were men who surrounded her like the stars around the moon, servicing her as best as they could. From time to time, the eyes of one of the male demons on the bed would roll to the back of his head. He would then collapse completely devoid of aura. Afterwards, the fallen male demon would quickly be dragged out of the room by a team of maids. Even so, the rest of the men seemed oblivious to what was happening. They continued to gather around the female demon with an intoxicated expression on their faces and dedicate their vitality to her. Even the demons that had just entered the room didn't seem to notice anything. They were highly aroused, staring hungrily at the perfect and tender body of the lone female demon. A sneer lifted the corners of the mouth of the strength demon who was standing among the crowd, his eyes filled with derisive scorn. Seeming to sense something, the female demon who was rocking her body back and forth on the bed with a head full of disheveled hair suddenly frowned. She lifted her head and looked over in his direction, coincidentally meeting the eyes of that strength demon. Her expression changed drastically in the next moment as she gritted her teeth and roared, "Yang Kai! In Si!" Yang Kai, who had disguised himself as a strength demon to infiltrate this place, replied with an extremely cold glare. He let out a roar while simultaneously throwing himself at In Si and attacking her with a palm strike. Even though In Si was in the middle of copulating and was currently heavily injured, the quick reaction speed of a half-saint was nothing if not quick. In that tense moment, she grabbed a male demon, who was kneeling by the bed like a dog in heat, and used him to shield herself. Following that, she abruptly backed away without even changing her posture. The male demon she had caught and used as a literal meat shield was still desperately groping at her, bewitched by her charm technique and completely unaware of the crisis approaching him. A faint enraptured smile remained on his face even when Yang Kai's attack turned him into a mist of blood. Another male demon kneeling behind In Si suffered the same fate, but his death was unrelated to Yang Kai. When In Si retreated abruptly, he had not moved out of her way. Thus, she collided into him and turned him into a mist of blood as a result. He didn't even have bones left. The boiling hot blood splashed against In Si's body, staining her snow-white skin a bloody red. Only then did a terrifying wave of demon chi burst outward. The pink-colored bed collapsed, and the male demons still left were killed on the spot. Impudence! Several of the female demon kings inside the room, who had been serving In Si all this time, finally reacted, their expressions changing drastically. None of them had ever expected somebody would dare to attack In Si in Flying Cloud's palace. The strength of these female demon kings was not weak. One was a high-rank demon king, 3 were mid-rank, and 2 were low-rank. They immediately pushed their demon chi and lunged toward Yang Kai without any hesitation. Die! Yang Kai swung both arms outward and pitch-black moon blades slashed at those female demon kings. There was a rumbling explosion and the female demon kings rushing at him instantly reacted as though they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in unison as their advancing figures were thrown backwards as though a powerful force had ripped through them. Ever since he began cultivating, Yang Kai had always excelled at fighting beyond his realm. He had already killed high-ranked demon kings and third-order emperors when he was just a second-order emperor himself, so now that he was a third-order emperor, the only ones in the entire demon realm who could put up a fight against him were half-saints and those above them. Those female demon kings might not have been weak, but they couldn't even approach him. They were completely wiped out in an instant. They probably did not expect him to be so powerful. They felt safe with In Si around, so they had let their guard down and suffered terrible misfortune as a result. On the other hand, In Si, who had left his range of attack and pulled on a piece of gauze to cover her body, narrowed her eyes at him. She finally realized that his strength was much greater compared to the last time she had seen him. Even so, her subordinates' deaths had kindled her ire and she immediately yelled through gritted teeth, "You court death!" Having said that, she didn't immediately rush at him. She might be a half-saint with the ability to crush him, but she couldn't shake off the inexplicable sense of unease. After all, he had another powerful helper beside him when she last saw him on Eternal Sky Continent. Therefore, she spread her divine sense out while shouting, as if searching for something. "Are you looking for Zhui Feng?" Yang Kai looked at In Si coldly. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Zhui Feng is not on this continent." In a sense, he was not lying. Zhui Feng was certainly not on Flying Cloud's continent as he was currently inside the small sealed world. Therefore, Xianxia was not the slightest bit lying when he said those words. Yin Si's expression relaxed upon hearing that. Even though she was injured, she still had her foundation as a half-saint. She neither noticed Jue Feng's aura nor any other half-saint's aura, so her nervous mood quickly eased. Although Xianxia's performance just now was rather good, she didn't take him seriously. There was nothing she had to fear as long as that beast from Hundred Spirits Continent was not here. You broke through? She frowned slightly. Even while she was asking her questions, she looked stunning. It was as though she was not the one who had been engaged in so much debauchery on the big pink bed before. That was the horrifying aspect of a charm demon. Every action she took, every mannerism she had, and every smile she made was capable of seducing others. It was so natural that there was not the slightest trace of deliberateness. Indeed, Xianxia admitted frankly, when he had launched his attack just now, the fluctuations in his aura were so obvious that there was no point in denying something like this. Insi smiled mockingly as a demon king's breakthrough was nothing to her. What difference did a mid-rank demon king or a high-rank demon king make? The only thing she needed to worry about was the reason behind his arrival on Flying Cloud's continent. Was there any other deeper meaning to his actions? Pondering in silence for a moment, she asked, "Did Holy Venerable send you here?" She had cooperated with Yusang to set up a trap to deal with Xianxia on Eternal Sky Continent. At the time, she had not thought much about it, and she only agreed because she owed Yusang a favor. She could not turn his request down once he brought it up. Besides, Di Li had also been involved in that matter. 3 of the half-saints under Yu Rumeng had joined forces, so even if Yu Rumeng learned about it later, there was no way for her to punish them for their actions. However, the plan had been a complete failure. Insi only learned afterwards just how important this human was to Yu Rumeng and consequently experienced a slight trace of fear. Fortunately, Yu Rumeng had not come looking for her, so she thought that the incident on Eternal Sky Continent was done and over with. Nevertheless, Xianxia's sudden and bold arrival on Flying Cloud's continent at this time, in addition to his unscrupulous attack on her, had made her wonder whether he was acting on Yu Rumeng's orders. She would be doomed if that were the case. "This has nothing to do with the Holy Venerable," Xianxia snorted coldly. "This king simply came here for his revenge." He had been caught in a trap set up by 3 half-saints working under Yu Rumeng on Eternal Sky Continent. Yusang had been killed by Bright Moon, but Insi and Di Li were still alive and well. If he were not stuck in his current predicament, he would not have bothered to create trouble for Insi, as he had more important things to deal with at the moment and did not want to waste time here. It was just that Yu Rumeng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saints, and Xianxia did not know how many half-saints across the entire demon realm were secretly eyeing him from the shadows. If he didn't display enough strength now, he would be facing all sorts of trouble in the future. Flying Cloud's continent was going to be the stage on which he displayed his might, and Insi was going to be the object of his practice. At the same time, he could also use this chance to settle some of the grievances that he had suffered on Eternal Sky Continent. How dare a mere high-rank demon king be so shamelessly arrogant? Insi was furious beyond belief. Under normal circumstances, she would have already made her move to give Xianxia a terrible lesson by now so that he knew what he could say and what he could not say. Unfortunately, the man standing in front of her was a special case. Even without the fact that he was highly valued by Yu Rumeng, he currently contained the Great Emperor's opportunity in him. In time, he might end up becoming the 13th demon saint of the demon realm. Thus, she did not have the courage to harm him. Insi mulled in silence for a moment before breaking out into a faint smile. "Great King Yang, I think there might be a bit of misunderstanding between us." "A misunderstanding?" The corners of his mouth lifted. Her reaction was a little beyond his expectation. He thought that there would be a tough battle to be fought here today. But who could have known that the other party would retreat before the battle had even started? She seemed to have the intention of exchanging weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk. Thus, he responded in a manner that neither confirmed nor denied her words. "Sister Insi, is the matter between us just a simple case of misunderstanding?" "Of course." She nodded. "A few days ago, this queen was compelled by Yusang to act. I don't know what possessed me at the time to agree with him, but this queen truly did not act directly against you at the time. I only helped you Sang distract Shui Feng and lure him away. Besides, you were safe and sound in the end while Yu Sang died at the hands of that great emperor instead. In fact, you suffered no losses whatsoever. What's more, you and I are now serving under the same Holy Venerable. If we were really to start fighting in this place, it would be bad for us if Holy Venerable heard about it. It would only draw ridicule for Holy Venerable from the other demon saints for being incompetent. What do you think? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. There is some truth to your words. Yin-Si giggled lightly, her voice extremely pleasant. Moreover, the bulge of her ample bosom beneath that thin layer of gauze fueled one's imagination. Any man who saw such scenery would be struck with the idea of clambering over to liberate them from their constraints. It wasn't the effects of a charm technique or something of that sort, it was just the effects of her inherent charm. Still laughing, she added, since it is just a misunderstanding, why don't we talk this through instead of engaging in a pointless battle? Her tone of voice was very soft, causing her to feel sick in her stomach. If it wasn't out of respect for Yu Rumeng, she would not have acted with such grace toward a mere high-rank demon king. As a half-saint herself, Yin-Si had her own pride, and a high-rank demon king was nothing more than a tool for her pleasure in her eyes. She originally thought that Yang Kai's attitude would soften, and he would back down out of respect for her. But how could she have known that he would break into a grin instead? There were countless casualties from Cloud Shadow Continent that day. Sister Yin-Si, you couldn't possibly expect me to back down with just a few words, right? Won't that come off as a little too insincere? Cloud Shadow Continent suffered casualties? Are you saying Flying Clouds Continent didn't suffer any? Both Cloud Shadow Continent and Flying Clouds Continent suffered many deaths in that battle. Yin-Si had not thought much about that. After all, those that died were nothing more than some inferior good-for-nothings in her opinion, so she had not taken those deaths to heart. However, the situation changed since he was bringing them up in this conversation. Despite how furious she was that he could not appreciate her kindness, Yin-Si continued smiling elegantly on the surface. What do you want this queen to do to show you her sincerity? While speaking, she gazed at him with a suggestive look. Gulping hard, Yang Kai waved his large hand and said, simple. As long as you bring out 1,000 myriad demon pills, this king can forget about what happened back then. As you mentioned, we both serve the same Holy Venerable after all, so a confrontation would not benefit anyone. As such, this king is willing to do this out of respect for you. 1,000. The corner of her eyes twitched. Great king, you must be joking. It wasn't that she couldn't bring out that amount of myriad demon pills. It was just that it would empty her entire fortune if she really were to do so. Besides, those myriad demon pills were of great use to her too. How could she willingly bring out so many? It would have been negotiable if it had been about 100 or so, but 1,000? Yang Kai's expression darkened. So, you were saying that I'm willing to show you some respect, but you aren't willing to do the same for me? Is that right, Sister Yin-Si? If you refuse to show me due respect, I might just get angry. Yin-Si frowned. 1,000 is simply too many. Why don't we discuss this matter further? There's nothing to discuss. Yang Kai gave a domineering wave of his hand. Either bring out 1,000 myriad demon pills or I will tear Flying Clouds Continent apart. Great King, must you be so aggressive? Similarly, her expression had darkened immensely. In her opinion, she had shown him more than enough respect. If it had been any other high-rank demon king, they would not even have the right to make so much noise in front of her. Does he think that being crowned Great King by Holy Venerable allows him to do whatever he wants? As a half-saint, her patience was wearing thin. You don't seem to want to show any sincerity at all. He glared at her malevolently, and with a surge of his demon chi, his figure became surrounded by a black aura as he shouted. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to be said. This king will kill you first. Saying so, he blasted a punch that ignored the barriers of space at her. The tumultuous demon chi converged the moment he threw the punch, transforming into a long, pitch-black dragon that roared furiously, opening its mouth to bite at Yin-Si. Kill me? She was so furious that she laughed instead. I seriously have no idea where he gets his confidence from. Casually lifting a bare hand, she met his punch with her palm. There was a loud explosion and the entire palace was torn apart by the explosion. Meanwhile, Insi took a step back and flew into the sky, a strange look flashing across her eyes. He's strong. That was not something an average high-rank demon king can resist. Even though I have yet to recover from my injuries, there shouldn't be any demon king who can push me back so easily. On the other side, Xianxia was forced backwards by a distance of several tens of meters, tumbling and rolling into the sky. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Little girl, you're quite strong." Before he even finished his sentence though, he lunged at Insi again. Such a large commotion naturally shocked all the demons outside, and when they looked up, they saw their half-saint fighting against a demon king, causing their mouths to fall wide open with looks of shock on their faces. The female demon king, who was in charge of inspecting the male demons outside, was even more shocked than the others. That was because she recognized that the person fighting Insi at this moment was none other than the strength demon that had aroused her interest earlier. Looking at him again though, he didn't look like a strength demon. She did not know what was going on. After all, she had believed what he had told her earlier. Shwa shwa shwa. Figures began to fly up into the sky, all of them demon kings who were throwing themselves at Xianxia with malevolent expressions. "Go away!" Insi yelled. "No one is allowed to interfere without my explicit order." While speaking, she exchanged blows with Xianxia again, her body swaying slightly while he was sent flying several tens of meters. As a half-saint, she had to uphold the dignity of a half-saint. Thus, she was extremely irritated by Xianxia's unscrupulous provocations. It would have been one thing if the other party had been nothing more than an ordinary demon king. Unfortunately, Xianxia's status was special. Her actions were restricted, and she didn't dare to allow those demon kings under her to approach. If one of them accidentally killed him, she would not know how she was going to explain things to Yu Rumeng. Following Insi's orders, the demon kings who had been rushing to join the battle stopped in their tracks and scattered in all directions, surrounding the battlefield so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Under the gazes of the crowd of demons, Xianxia and Insi, both wearing practically see-through outfits, battled fiercely. Although their bodies were giving off extremely enticing auras, they were currently having a vigorous battle in the sky of a much more brutal nature. It was truly an amusing sight to see. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Insi stood in the sky, not moving a muscle. On the other hand, Xianxia dashed around her like a butterfly flitting through a flower field. He would launch a fierce bombardment of attacks at her every time he got close, but she easily nullified them. This scene looked as though an adult was teasing a small child. The demon kings who were watching the battle began to feel more reassured. At the same time, they began wondering where this strange person popped out from. His strength was clearly not up to par, so why was he asking to be humiliated? "Xianxia, you are not my opponent. Why don't you just stop?" Insi's beautiful eyes were frosty as she had lost her temper. Even though Xianxia couldn't hurt her, being challenged by a mere high-rank demon king undermined her authority. Besides, this was nothing but a farce to her. It was only natural that she wanted it to end as soon as possible. "This king hasn't even exerted his full strength. How do you know I am not your opponent?" Xianxia shouted furiously as the demon chi in his body surged, and he lunged at her with an even more ferocious posture than before. "Enough!" Insi yelled. She uncharacteristically faced his attack without any intention of backing down. Instead, she simply stared at him with an icy glare and coldly mocked. "You say you haven't exerted your full strength. Are you implying that I've gone all out?" The moment the words left her mouth, her divine sense began to surge. Her eyes turned into bottomless pools that had a peculiar luster flowing through them. Xianxia's figure suddenly froze in front of her. He was completely immobilized. His eyes that were brimming with murderous intent also became hollow, while the fist he had thrown was frozen just a palm's length in front of her well-rounded peaks. The gust of wind from the force of his punch sent her hair flying wildly. Their gazes met and she calmly questioned, "Didn't you know what a charm demon excels most at? Did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you just because you have the protection of Holy Venerable?" While she spoke, her slender jade finger touched his chest and an internal struggle flashed through her eyes. The person standing in front of her wasn't just a simple high-rank demon king. He was also a huge opportunity. If she killed him here, that opportunity would be transferred to her and open up a road to reach the heavens. As a half-saint, she was only one step away from becoming a demon saint, an existence that stood at the top of the demon realm. She had to admit that the temptation was extremely great. After the battle on Eternal Sky Continent, she had lost all hope of obtaining this opportunity, and instead only hoped that Yu Rumeng would not cause trouble for her afterwards. Who could have known that this opportunity would throw itself at her while she was staying at home and having some fun? It was just that if she actually killed him here, it would be tantamount to rebelling against Yu Rumeng completely. She would have to leave Flying Cloud's continent immediately and seek refuge with another demon saint. Furthermore, she didn't know what she would experience after fleeing to the territory of another demon saint. If she fell prey for another person's schemes, she would lose more than she gained. Therefore, she was hesitating. Should she make her move here? Before she could consider it more carefully, though, she suddenly felt something tightening around her wrist. She looked down in surprise only to see that Yang Kai was grabbing her arm firmly, and the terrifying strength he used to grip her hurt her to the bone. Yang Kai's originally empty eyes had returned to their former luster at this moment, and he grinned maniacally. "Caught you!" "You?" Xianxia's beautiful face paled, and without hesitation, she raised her other palm and slammed it into his chest viciously. Yang Kai didn't bother to evade, he simply pushed his demon chi to protect himself, while at the same time his free fist that was frozen in front of her chest suddenly burst out with a violent force that exploded outward. A resplendent shockwave spread out to the surroundings, centered around the place where the two of them stood. A few of the weaker ones among the demon kings gathered around were knocked flying and nearly fell out of the sky. Two parties coughed up blood in midair. One coughed up golden blood, the other coughed up crimson blood. Both Yang Kai and Xianxia felt the vitality in their body churning from the mutual attack, and they both became short of breath. The blood they both coughed up splattered on the other person's face, making their respective expressions hideous all of a sudden. However, Xianxia felt as though the plumpness of her bosom had almost been smashed to pulp by Yang Kai, and the intense pain nearly caused her to convulse. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently. "I can't believe he broke free of my soul charm. He is just a high-rank demon king. Even if he cultivates some sort of profound soul secret technique, how is he completely unaffected by my own? I am a half-saint. What's more, I'm a charmed demon." At this point, how could she not realize that she had been tricked? The other party's reckless and brutal attacks before were only to lull her into a false sense of superiority and entice her into using her soul secret technique on him so that she would feel as though she was in control of the overall situation. Only then would he go all out with his attacks when she was least expecting it. Her arm had been captured, and she was unable to break free from the great shackling force that was transmitted through that grip. The man standing no more than an arm's length in front of her was exuding the fierce aura of an ancient giant beast, as though he was going to devour her whole, leaving her feeling absolutely terrified. What is going on? How did he break free from my soul charm? Dragon transformation. A shout rang out, accompanied by a deafening dragon roar. Following that, a huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai and gazed down at the world below, seemingly looking down on all living beings. Under the gaze of those dragon eyes, the horrifying feeling that she had no control over her life or death filled Xianxia's heart. The dragon head vanished in a flash, plunging into Yang Kai's body and disappearing out of sight. Immediately afterwards, his appearance changed drastically. Short dragon horns appeared on his forehead. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail appeared behind him. Only his body shape did not change at all. With the growth of his dragon vein and the increase in his prowess in the dragon transformation secret art, Yang Kai was now capable of controlling the size of his body during his dragon transformation. A stronger shackling force appeared at that moment as Xianxia immediately felt Yang Kai's grip tightening around her waist as though she was bound by a long whip. Looking down, she was shocked to realize that it wasn't a whip that was restraining her but his dragon tail that had appeared after his transformation. The dragon tail curled and tightened around her slim waist, and the terrifying power almost seemed like it would cut her in two. Xianxia knew she would have to go all out, for if she couldn't break free from her opponent's hold quickly, it would be difficult for her to escape with her life today. Her beautiful eyes became frosty in an instant and, lifting a jade-white hand, she palmed hard at his chest. Yang Kai grinned seeing this, and his dragon claw formed into a fist as he punched out mercilessly. What used to be a farce suddenly turned into a lethal close combat battle. The change was so rapid that the Demon Kings watching could barely accept what they were seeing. Hong hong hong. In several tense breaths, both sides had let out a barrage of attacks. The sound of bones breaking rang out as frequently as the crackling of beans being fried. Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood, and the demon chi covering the surface of his body trembled and swayed as though it could collapse at any moment. His physical fitness had always been incredibly strong, now even more so with the activation of the dragon transformation secret technique. With the dragon scales covering his entire body for protection, it stood to reason that there was practically no risk of him being injured. However, Insi was still a half-saint when it came down to it. She was much stronger than him in the first place. Not to mention, this was Flying Cloud's continent. As the Lord of Flying Cloud's continent, she could communicate with the source of this continent and use its power to enhance her own strength. Hence, every blow to his chest was more than twice as powerful as the actual strength Insi could exert under normal conditions. Even he couldn't withstand such a fierce barrage of attacks. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so. The moment he released his grip on her, she would put some distance between them and regain the advantage. It was very difficult to kill a half-saint in their own territory unless the one attacking was a demon saint. Otherwise, it was simply more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Capturing Insi and exchanging blows with her at point-blank range was the only possible way for him to win. That was why he had pretended to be weak from the beginning. He had planned to fight her in close combat since the very start. Yang Kai was no doubt in a miserable condition, but Insi was not much better off. Although this was her territory and although she was a half-saint, she could not compare with Yang Kai when it came to raw physical strength. Being a charm demon at this point was no advantage. On the other hand, Yang Kai's power as a high-ranked demon king combined with the savage strength of his body under the dragon transformation exploded out of him. Every blow he landed caused her to suffer grievous internal injuries, and the amount of blood she coughed up was even more than what he had. Another explosion rang out. Insi's tender body shuddered once as she felt as though something inside her had shattered. Looking down at her figure, a huge sense of panic engulfed her. Her ample bosom had been beaten by him so badly that it had blown apart. Blood was gushing out uncontrollably, covering her entire body in a damp heat. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she could not accept what she was seeing. Every single charm demon was a natural beauty, full of confidence in their figures and looks. As a woman, how could she accept that one of her most prized weapons had been blown apart? It wasn't as though an injury of this extent was irreparable. It was just that this ugly sight had been imprinted in her eyes, causing her to fall into hysteria. Raising her eyes again, a violent burst of spiritual energy poured out of her forehead and transformed into a sharp stake which rushed directly into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. All while she gritted her teeth and screamed, "Die!" The stake formed from the condensed spiritual energy was actually visible to the naked eye, so it could be seen just how terrifyingly powerful her attack was. At this point in the battle, she no longer held any scruples. Even the opportunity in him could no longer cause ripples in her heart. She only wanted to kill this bastard in front of her as soon as possible. Everything else could wait until after she killed him. The soul stake stabbed into Yang Kai's mind, and then all she received in response was an even fiercer bout of attacks from him. The heavy blows landed on her wounds again and again, causing her even more unbearable pain. Insi was completely dumbfounded and for the first time showed a frightened expression. She could understand to some extent why her previous charm techniques had not worked on him, as he might be wearing some sort of treasure to counteract their effects. However, she had exhausted all her spiritual energy and turned it into a single piercing attack just now. So why hadn't it worked on him either? Not only did it fail to work, but it didn't even cause any ripples whatsoever. Insi's beautiful eyes shook violently. Her heart was chilled to the core, and the palm strike she shot out at Yang Kai weakened considerably due to her fright. On the other hand, Yang Kai was like a beast on a rampage. The force behind his punch coming at her became increasingly powerful. The impact was so strong that it caused all her internal organs to jerk and shred as bits of them were coughed up along with her next mouthful of blood. I'm going to die if this continues. Xianxia had never imagined that a half-saint like herself would one day be threatened by a high-rank demon king to the point where her life was at stake. In front of this man, her strongest trump card became her biggest flaw. Her soul's secret techniques had failed twice, causing her to fall into an endless abyss of despair. Combined with the injuries she received back on Eternal Sky Continent not having healed yet, she was currently at a complete disadvantage. Hurry up and kill him, Xianxia screamed, spitting blood. Upon hearing her scream, the demon kings surrounding her finally came back to their senses, and their expressions turned solemn as their demon chi soared to the skies as they lunged towards Xianxia. Nobody can save you today. Xianxia's expression was savage, and with a flash of his thoughts, the mountains and rivers bell smoothly appeared and covered both himself and Xianxia. The two of them were completely enveloped by the mountains and rivers bell and vanished from sight before those demon kings could approach. The various patterns of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and animals on the bell seemed to come to life. Following that, an overwhelmingly ancient aura spread outward. Countless fierce attacks landed on the mountains and rivers bell. However, it remained as sturdy as a rock. Those attacks only caused ripples to appear on its surface. Many of the demon kings paled in shock and began attacking with increasing fervor. For a time, the sky itself paled in color and the world trembled from the impact. Fierce tremors kept coming from inside the mountains and rivers bell, mixed with the occasional high-pitched dragon roar and a woman's tragic screams, performing the last elegy of life. Nobody knew how long passed, but when the sounds from within the mountains and rivers bell gradually stopped, the group of demon kings also ceased their attacks, each of them pale-faced as they looked around at each other nervously. With a loud whooshing sound, the mountains and rivers bell flew up, transformed into a flash of light, and buried itself in the chest of a man on the ground, revealing two figures. Xianxia and Xianxia remained in their original positions like a pair of lovers who had committed suicide together. Both of them were pressed tightly against each other, motionless. Xianxia was lying on top of Xianxia's chest so quietly that it seemed like she was asleep. It was just that both of them were covered in blood. Moreover, there was not a single uninjured spot on their bodies. Who won? Did Senior Xianxia win? Many of the demon kings swallowed nervously and hesitantly released their divine sense to check the situation. In the next moment, the expressions of all the demon kings changed drastically. That was because Xianxia, who was lying on Xianxia's chest, did not have any vitality. On the other hand, Xianxia was still alive. Although his breathing was heavy, he survived. A colorful light suddenly shot out from Xianxia's body and soared straight into the sky before bursting apart. The entire sky of Flying Clouds continent was dyed in this multicolored light, becoming extremely beautiful all of a sudden. However, behind that splendid and colorful light was a sadness that enveloped the entire continent. At that moment, realization dawned on all the demons living on Flying Clouds continent. The continent lord was dead. Xianxia was the lord of Flying Clouds continent, so it was only natural that she had refined the source of Flying Clouds continent. Now that she was dead, the source she had refined was released from its shackles and regained its freedom, hence, it was displaying such an anomaly across the entire continent. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, but a torrent of rain poured down at the same time. Xianxia, who was pressed under Xianxia, slowly opened his eyes. The rain hit against his face, washing away the blood, turning it into a golden and red stream. He lifted a hand and pushed the corpse on top of him to the side. Then he stood up trembling, swaying unsteadily a few times, barely managing to not fall. Pressing his hand to his chest, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a hoarse sound akin to the sound of broken bellows being pumped whenever he took a breath. He turned to look around his surroundings only to see countless pairs of frightened eyes fixed on him. All the demon kings gathered around were at a loss for what to do. Xianxia had been killed in the skies above Flying Clouds continent. Moreover, she was killed by a high-ranked demon king. If they had not witnessed the entire incident with their own eyes, they would not have believed it to be possible. What should we do now? Many of the demon kings looked lost and confused. Kill him. We should avenge Senior Xianxia. A coquettish shout rang out. It was the female demon king who was in charge of doing inspections outside the hall. She was probably a close subordinate of Xianxia's, otherwise she would not have thought of avenging Xianxia at this time. He is an arrow at the end of its flight. He doesn't have much strength left. After saying that, she was the first to lunge at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a bitter murderous intent. She probably had quite a lot of prestige on Flying Cloud's continent, and for that reason, many of the demon kings followed suit when she took action. All of them were overflowing with murderous intent. She had hit the mark about Yang Kai being an arrow at the end of its flight. He had killed a half-saint despite only having the cultivation of a high-ranked demon king, and even if Xianxia had been badly injured before the battle began, Yang Kai still had to pay a high price for engaging in a close combat battle with her. At this moment, he couldn't even exert half of his usual strength, so any random demon king could kill him with ease. However, he was not alone. Glaring coldly at the demon kings rushing toward him, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with mockery even though he could barely open them. When the demon kings were less than 30 meters away from him, he suddenly waved his hand. There was a loud neighing sound and a figure with 4 hooves burning with golden flames, an unusually dignified appearance, and a half-saint's aura emanating from his body appeared. Zhui Feng. Ever since Yang Kai's escape from Eternal Sky Continent, Zhui Feng had been inside the small sealed world. He did not bring Zhui Feng out even when he was fighting Xianxia in a life-or-death battle, mainly because Xianxia would have fled the moment she saw Zhui Feng, so Yang Kai could not release him at the start. Afterwards, he simply did not have the time to bring Zhui Feng out during the battle. Therefore, this was the best time for Zhui Feng to show up. The demon kings rushing towards Yang Kai never expected such a change, but it was too late to retreat by the time they saw Zhui Feng. The female demon king, who had acted the fastest, was also the first to be killed. Zhui Feng simply pushed his head forward and butted it against her body, causing all her bones to instantly shatter into dust. She was thrown backwards, tumbling midair while spitting out blood and pieces of her organs. Her aura was gone before her body even hit the ground. Immediately afterwards, Zhui Feng ran wildly in a circle around where Yang Kai stood, kicking and bucking the whole time, causing the demon kings lunging at Yang Kai to be thrown backwards at a speed that was even faster than they had charged. Consequently, those demon kings were all either severely injured or dead. In the blink of an eye, the area around Yang Kai was completely emptied. Zhui Feng was caught up in the excitement of his killing spree. Thus, he took the initiative to attack. His speed was unimaginably fast, so all the onlookers could see was a streak of golden light high up in the sky, darting from one place to another. Many of the demon kings screamed and died on the spot, while those who were fortunately further away turned and fled when they saw that the situation was dire. It only took a few dozen breaths for Zhui Feng to slaughter everybody left inside the palace grounds. But he probably realized that Yang Kai was currently in terrible condition, so he did not give further pursuit. He simply drove everyone out before turning back. Pushing his large head in Yang Kai's face, he opened his mouth wide and snorted loudly as if to say, "Look at what a good job I did. Hurry up and praise me." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He wanted to smile but was unable to raise his lips. In the end, he could only just manage to lift his hand and pat Zhui Feng on the head. Seeing this, Zhui Feng immediately lowered his body, used his head to lift Yang Kai up, and placed him on his back. After that, he broke into a gallop and ran in a certain direction. An hour later, Zhui Feng stopped under Yang Kai's order and slowly landed. They were now atop a barren hill far from the palace. Yang Kai got off Zhui Feng, breathing heavily. He gave a flip of his wrist and summoned the sealed world bead, lifting it to Zhui Feng's eye level so that he could get a good look at it. He said in a hoarse voice, "Keep it safe." After saying that, he forcefully pushed his divine sense and entered the small sealed world. Meanwhile, the sealed world bead landed on the ground. Zhui Feng widened his eyes and stared at the bead, his gaze filled with shock and curiosity. After examining it for a while, he could not find anything strange about this bead though, and only then did he muster up his courage to approach it. He sniffed it lightly and licked it with his long tongue. There was nothing unusual about the bead. Walking around the sealed world bead a few more times, Zhui Feng neighed loudly and stepped forward so that he was standing right on top of the sealed world bead. He subsequently bent his legs and sat down on it, protecting it like a hen protecting her eggs. Inside the sealed world bead, Xianxia appeared in the medicine garden. His entire body was covered in blood. Swaying unsteadily, he took a few staggering steps before his vision darkened and the world spun dizzily. He collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. The shocked exclamations and horrified screams of the two little wood spirits, Mu Zhu and Mu Na, seemed to ring in his ears. 3 days later, Yu Rumeng sat behind a desk made of white jade in the study of her palace on Enchantment Continent, quietly listening to the report of a demon king in front of her. According to the investigation, Great King Yang snuck into Flying Cloud's continent after he left Enchantment Continent. He made use of the fact that Senior Xianxia had summoned many people to her palace and infiltrated her bedroom where he then attacked her. Great King Yang ultimately killed Senior Xianxia on the spot in close combat. More than 800 clansmen from various clans and 23 demon kings were either injured or killed during that battle. Flying Cloud's continent is currently in a huge mess. He killed Xianxia? Her eyes widened at the news. Is this true? Have you checked? Yes, it has been confirmed. An anomaly had taken place throughout the entire Flying Cloud's continent when Senior Xianxia died. All of the clansmen living on Flying Cloud's continent felt it. The Demon King replied, lowering his head. Damn it. Yu Rumeng slapped her palm against the white jade table in front of her, causing cracks to appear on its sturdy frame as she gnashed her teeth furiously. How dare he? How dare he kill one of my half-saints? The Demon King was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. His entire body shook in terror. It was never a good thing if a demon saint lost their temper. In the worst case, it would lead to rivers of blood. At this moment, he couldn't help paying a silent tribute to Xianxia in his heart as he had the feeling that the latter was now in deep trouble. As a subordinate of Yu Rumeng, Xianxia had caused internal strife and even went so far as to kill one of his colleagues. It was a given that he would face terrible consequences for his actions. I have to say, Great King Yang is truly amazing indeed. Rumor has it that he is only a high-rank demon king. To think he managed to kill a half-saint. It certainly is inconceivable. When this demon king first heard the news, he had barely been able to believe it. He even took a trip to Flying Cloud's continent himself to inquire about the matter carefully before returning to report the news after receiving confirmation. Killing a half-saint with the strength of a high-rank demon king was absolutely unprecedented. Nobody in the demon realm had ever achieved such a feat before, though that wasn't to say it might not happen again in the future. Even so, it was a feat that not even the demon saints had been able to achieve back then. He truly admired Xianxia's courage and strength. Just as he was fretting over it, he suddenly heard Yu Rumeng cursing through gritted teeth from behind the desk. Little bastard! Little bastard! The Demon King couldn't help feeling a bit strange when he heard those words. Why does her tone sound so off? It feels like Holy Venerable isn't as furious as I expected. It seems that the rumors I've heard are not groundless after all. The relationship between Holy Venerable and Great King Yang seems to be quite unusual. Elaborate more on how he managed to kill Xianxia. Upon hearing this, the Demon King immediately told her all the intrinsic details of everything he knew about the battle that had taken place 3 days ago. He had gone to Flying Cloud's continent himself and located several survivors from that day to learn more about the incident. Therefore, he had a thoroughly detailed understanding of what had happened. In this way, it was almost as if he had witnessed the entire incident with his own eyes, and he reported the entire incident perfectly down to the finest detail. A short while later, Yu Rumeng's voice came from behind the desk again, a hint of surprise in her tone. Are you saying that he fought Xianxia alone from start to finish? No one else intervened. As far as my investigation shows, that is the truth. It's just that Great King Yang seemed as spent as an arrow at the end of its flight after he killed Senior Xianxia. In the end, he summoned Zhui Feng to protect him when the Demon Kings of Flying Cloud's continent tried to attack him. I can't believe he managed to achieve so much. Yu Rumeng's expression became rather complicated. However, Xianxia's death was not surprising upon further consideration. As a charm demon, she probably had great confidence in her soul secret techniques, but unfortunately for her, after Xianxia had taken Yu Rumeng's innocence, his soul cultivation had soared to the point where even half-saints could not do anything against him. Furthermore, it was impossible for the charm techniques of the Charm Demon clan to have any effect on him. It was most likely for this reason that Xianxia was placed in such a disadvantageous position against him. Additionally, Xianxia had been severely injured in the battle on Eternal Sky Continent, and although more than a month had passed, she had yet to fully recover. Even if she was the master of Flying Clouds Continent, it was hard to say how much power she could exert in such a state. That was how Xianxia managed to accomplish this feat. He could never have pulled that off with his power alone if he had been facing a half-saint in peak condition on their home turf. It's just that damn man went straight to challenge Xianxia the moment he left Enchantment Continent. That was completely beyond my expectations. Moreover, he even managed to kill Xianxia. If word gets out about this, I will definitely become the laughingstock among the other demon saints. I can even imagine the despicable expression on Bei Limo's face the next time we meet. Hateful. Yu Rumeng was deep in her thoughts when the demon king below her tentatively spoke up. How should we deal with this matter? Holy Venerable, please give your command. The loss of a half-saint was no trivial matter, and if it was not handled well, it might cause anxiety among the other half-saints. Furthermore, Xianxia had been working under Yu Rumeng for many centuries now, so an explanation of some sort was necessary, especially since Xianxia had been killed in her own territory for no reason. Where is that little bastard right now? Yu Rumeng asked with a somber expression. His whereabouts are unknown. No one has seen Great King Yang ever since he escaped on Jue Feng 3 days ago. Find him. I want him found. He must be seriously injured right now, so bring him to the holy city the moment he is located. I'm going to teach him a lesson myself. Although her words were spat out through gritted teeth and her expression seemed like she couldn't wait to tear Xianxia apart, the Demon King heard a different kind of meaning behind her words. Holy Venerable sure does love Great King Yang, otherwise why would she order him to be brought back to the holy city alive? She could have just sent several half-saints there to finish him off on the spot. I'm afraid Senior Xianxia has died in vain this time. Also, spread the news that Xianxia was colluding with the traitor Yu Sang. She committed various traitorous acts last month, and she only has herself to blame for her death. Sure enough, the Demon King made a respectful response. Then he hesitated for a moment before asking, what about Senior Dili? Should I send somebody to warn him? He clearly knew about the incident on Eternal Sky Continent, and since Xianxia went to the trouble of hunting Xianxia down, even going so far as killing her, he would surely not let Dili walk free either. Just thinking about it was frightening. Great King Yang was able to single-handedly kill Xianxia, so I'm sure he will also be able to put up a fight against Senior Dili. What's more, he has Jue Feng with him. If he really went after Dili, it would definitely lead to chaos. Dili has gone to the Two Worlds battlefield. There's no need to inform him about this. Yu Rumeng replied decisively. Yes. The Demon King's expression was respectful, but he secretly thought to himself. It seems Holy Venerable was already prepared for this. Since Senior Dili has gone to the Two Worlds battlefield, Great King Yang most likely does not have the means to cause trouble there, so this matter will end here. You're dismissed. Yu Rumeng waved her hand lightly before slowly closing her eyes and relaxing her entire body into the soft chair behind her. What Xianxia mentioned to her the other day echoed in her mind. Even if the demon realm wins this war and successfully conquers the star boundary, how many of the demon race will survive? How many demon saints will survive? Inside the medicine garden, Xianxia opened his eyes, his entire body itching all over as though there were millions of ants crawling under his skin. The strange itch coming from his flesh, bones, and meridians reminded him of the feeling of having an itch that he could not scratch. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Master, you're awake. Mu Lu's cry of surprise came from his feet. He lowered his head and looked down only to see the little wood spirit looking at him with a pleasantly surprised expression. Both her eyes were red and there were tear stains on her small cheeks. She looked like she had been crying. At this moment, she was floating by his feet, casting secret techniques with both hands. The surface of her body was glowing with an emerald light. Mu Zhu was maintaining the same posture on top of his head. The green aura the two wood spirits released wrapped around him like the warm water of a bath, immersing his entire being in the energy that was brimming with vitality and life. How long have I been asleep? He asked in a hoarse voice. The moment he began speaking, His throat felt like it was on fire, causing him to cough lightly. 8 days. Mu Zhu's voice sounded from above his head. That long? Xianxia was shocked. He knew his body the best, and that usually most injuries didn't even require his attention. Even if his tendons ripped or he broke a bone or two, he would only need a brief period of rest to recover. Therefore, it could be seen just how severe his wounds were that he fell unconscious for 8 whole days. It could even be said that he had never been injured so badly before. Even now, his internal injuries were not fully healed despite regaining consciousness. Master, you are pushing yourself far too hard. Mu Lu was nearly worried to death. Mu Zhu reprimanded him with a stern expression. If you didn't wake up soon, she would have cried herself blind. Wah? Mu Lu flushed, staring hard at Mu Zhu as if blaming the latter for talking nonsense. When she saw Xianxia looking at her with a smile though, her complexion turned even redder than before, and she lowered her head and spoke in a voice no louder than a mosquito's buzzing. I didn't cry that much. Seeing her innocent and cute appearance warmed Xianxia's heart, and he gently waved his hand at them and advised, the two of you should get some rest. I'm fine now. While speaking, he pressed both hands against the ground to push himself up into a sitting position. Mu Zhu immediately flew behind him when she saw what he was doing and supported him with all her might. Similarly, Mu Lu rushed over too. She grabbed hold of one of his fingers and pulled him up with the strength of a baby suckling at milk, her face flushing red from the enormous effort. The moment the two wood spirits left their positions, the emerald aura filled with vitality and life disappeared without a trace. Xianxia sat up straight and smiled. Lifting a finger, he stroked Mu Lu's small head and said, Thank you, it must have been hard on you too. Mu Lu immediately closed her eyes slightly with an expression of enjoyment. When Mu Zhu came from behind his back to stand in front of him, she pursed her lips and smiled at the scene that greeted her. It's all thanks to your body's toughness. Otherwise, there would have been nothing we could have done either. Ordinary people would have died from such wounds. Even 10 lives would not have been enough to save you. After saying that, she made a stern expression. You cannot fight in such a reckless manner again in the future, Master. The sight of a fist-sized little person acting all stern and strict made him feel like laughing. But the concern and worry these two little wood spirits showed him was full of sincerity and care, thus he quickly nodded, I won't do it again. Mu Zhu let out a long sigh at those words as she knew that he was simply offering platitudes without actually meaning what he said. The world outside was extremely dangerous and there would always be times when one needed to risk their life in a fight. Even if one didn't seek trouble, that didn't mean others wouldn't. Hence, she did not bother saying more and changed the subject instead. Master, you should examine the condition of your body. Don't let any hidden dangers go unnoticed. N. He nodded and sat down cross-legged, using his divine sense to examine himself. The immortal tree was right next to him, but unfortunately, the tree was completely bare now. He had picked the last 3 remaining leaves on the tree and given them to Bright Moon Great Emperor back then. Still, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flew to a branch of the immortal tree and sat side by side. Mu Lu was swinging her 2 little feet with an extremely happy expression. Seeming to plan something, she turned to look and saw Mu Zhu looking at her with a smiling yet teasing expression. Her face immediately turned crimson, lowering her head in response. She felt as though even the top of her head was steaming from embarrassment. Xianxia's injuries this time were extremely severe, so even with his powerful regenerative abilities and the 2 wood spirits helped non-stop for 8 days straight, he was still not fully healed, but to his surprise, his examination left him feeling reassured. His injuries were indeed very severe, but there were no hidden dangers. On the contrary, fighting Xianxia with his life on the line had brought him some unexpected benefits. At the very least, his cultivation as a high-rank demon king had been completely consolidated. As expected, fighting with one's life on the line was the fastest way for a cultivator to grow. The eruption of insights that one experienced on the verge of death would be imprinted both on the body and deep within the soul, never to be forgotten. Thinking back on the battle 8 days ago, Xianxia felt somewhat fortunate. He was grateful that the explosive growth of his spiritual energy had caused Xianxia's soul secret technique to be ineffective against him and even allowed him to become immune to her charm techniques. He was grateful that she had not recovered from her previous injuries, and he was even more grateful that she had been overly complacent, which gave him the chance to take advantage of her weakness. If not for all those factors, he could never have killed a half-saint in their own territory. As the master of Flying Cloud's continent, Xianxia could have escaped at any time if he were not holding on to her firmly. He would not have been able to restrain her otherwise, even if he was proficient in the Tao of space. Naturally, he was not so hot-headed that he had to fight her alone. In a fight with his life on the line, he had decided beforehand that he would release Zhue Feng if things took a turn for the worse. That would turn the situation into a 2-against-1 battle, so she would not have been able to do anything to him either. He had gained a lot from this battle. The most intuitive manifestation of his benefit was that he now had a deep understanding of his current combat power. He could not compare with a half-saint in strength, but he was no longer as powerless against a half-saint as he had been in the Second-Order Emperor realm. If he played all his cards, he had the feeling that he now stood a fighting chance even if he were to fight a half-saint all on his own. He reminisced about the time when he first encountered Song Mo outside Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Star Boundary. Despite joining hands with the embodiment to face Song Mo at the time, he was still beaten up very badly. Thus, he couldn't help feeling amazed. Times have changed. I will definitely be able to finish off Song Mo with the embodiment's help if I encounter him again. There were no hidden dangers in his body. In the face of his powerful regeneration abilities, those injuries that had not fully healed would only need a little more time for recuperation before they were as good as new, so he felt relieved. With a flip of his hand, he took out a space ring. This space ring had a gorgeous design. It was the one Xianxia had been wearing on her finger. After he killed her within the mountains and river's bell the other day, Xianxia had not forgotten to retrieve his spoils of war. With his current cultivation, most Demon King space rings would not be able to entice him. However, a half-saint space ring should still have some good stuff within. A brief check later, Xianxia smiled broadly. Xianxia's space ring did contain quite some good stuff after all, but what interested him the most was none other than the myriad demon pills. There were only about 1,000 or so of them. It wasn't much compared to what he looted from Bailey Mo before, but that was only to be expected. There were several billion demon crystals, some demon artifacts, and some secret techniques cultivated by the demon race. The rest were her personal belongings. What left him feeling rather speechless was that the contents of her space ring and Bailey Mo's were rather similar. There were countless clothes of various different styles. Moreover, most of them used very little material and were very revealing. It looks like a woman will always be a woman. Be they demon saint or half-saint, there doesn't seem to be any difference when it comes to the pursuit of beauty. I wonder if Ru Meng's space ring also contains similar items. Having seen the wealth in Bailey Mo's space ring, the contents of Xianxia's space ring were somewhat lacking in comparison. Although Xianxia was quite happy to obtain some useful things, he wasn't too excited either. He took out all the items that were useful to him, leaving the clothes and other items inside. It took him a while of busy work before he finished organizing it. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia took out some healing spirit pills and consumed them. While refining the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills, he took out some space spirit jades, pushed his power, and refined them into space beacons. Being chased by demon saints previously had given him an urgent sense of danger. He might stand a fighting chance against a half-saint with his current strength, but he would be utterly crushed if he encountered a demon saint. Ru Meng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saints, so they would not attack him again. Even so, he would not have lived until today if he simply relied on such agreements to keep him safe. Any agreement could be torn apart if the benefits were large enough after all. He had to consider his safety, especially since he was stuck in the middle of the enemy's camp. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was his space divine abilities. Instantaneous movement could be regarded as a means of escape, but compared to using space beacons, the distance covered by instantaneous movement was undoubtedly significantly shorter. Moreover, instantaneous movement could be easily disrupted by a demon saint. Meanwhile, the space beacon attached to the space spirit jade was faster and more convenient to a certain extent compared to performing instantaneous movement. In addition, the distance he could teleport was significantly greater. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both sat quietly by the side and watched Xianxia working with curious expressions. One by one, he formed new space beacons in his hands. Time slowly passed by. During this period, Xianxia took the initiative to chat with the two wood spirits when he noticed that they had nothing to do. The main reason was that he was afraid they might be bored after being locked in the small sealed world for so long. After all, these two little ones had been living in the sealed world bead from the moment they were brought over by the matriarch of the wood spirit clan and had not left it since. They usually only had Xianxia or the embodiment to talk to. The two were very curious about the demon realm, so most of the topics were centered on the demon race. Hearing about the unique geographical environment of the demon realm and the fragmented continents, the two wood spirits both showed a surprised look. Then, they showed extremely worried expressions when they heard about the 12 demon saints of the demon realm, each of whom was extremely powerful. A few days later, Xianxia had refined several hundred space beacons. He only stopped when he felt that his injuries were for all intents and purposes healed. After giving some instructions to the two wood spirits, he left the small sealed world. It was still the same barren mountain, with Zhui Feng lying on the ground with his hoofs folded under him. His large eyes watched his surroundings vigilantly, like a gatekeeper guarding a treasure. Anybody who dared to approach him would have to suffer his fury. Xianxia appeared directly beside Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng turned to look at Xianxia and immediately stood up with a grin. He butted his big head against Xianxia affectionately before gesturing to the sealed world bead on the ground to indicate that he had been guarding this place all this time. "Did anybody come here recently?" Xianxia asked. Zhui Feng snorted. Good job." Xianxia patted Zhui Feng's head and put the sealed world bead away. His divine sense surged, and then he soon found a deserted cave on the barren mountain. Instructing Zhui Feng to wait a moment, Xianxia vanished out of sight with a slight flicker of his body and reappeared again a moment later. In that short moment, he had hidden a space beacon in a remote corner inside that deserted cave. He planned to connect the continents of the demon realm with his space beacons, especially the areas close to the territory gate. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to travel around in the future. Even if he was hunted by the demon saints again, he would be able to escape in time. If not for this plan, he would not have made so many space beacons in one go. Swinging himself up onto Zhui Feng's back, Xianxia took out his map to check his position and the direction of the territory gate before he pointed Zhui Feng in the direction. Zhui Feng immediately dashed away with golden flames surrounding his hooves. Xianxia had no plans to cause trouble for Dili. So much time had passed since he killed Xianxia that news had probably spread across the entire demon realm by now. Therefore, even if he attacked Dili, the other party would be prepared for it. In the worst case, he might fall into their trap instead. His original purpose had been achieved. Yu Rumeng had reached an agreement with the other demon saints, and in addition, many half-saints would probably be scared by the news of how he single-handedly killed Xianxia. Xianxia had managed to suppress their eagerness to attack him, so it didn't matter whether he went after Dili or not. Besides, Dili was not Xianxia. As a charm demon, Xianxia's abilities had been greatly restricted once he caught her. If his opponent had been Dili the other day, the outcome of the battle would be unknown. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, Dili had already been sent to the Two Worlds battlefield and was not in the demon realm. The journey forward was arduously slow, the main reason being that Xianxia would stop from time to hide space beacons in suitable locations. As they passed through various continents, Xianxia left at least 3 space beacons on each. He would definitely leave one near at least one territory gate while the rest were hidden in various suitable places. These space beacons might be discovered and taken away, but finding and destroying all of them was practically impossible. Any one of these space beacons would work when he was in a critical situation. Therefore, setting this up today was not a waste of effort. It was not until half a month later that he finally arrived at his destination. It was a biting cold place covered in perpetual snow. Soaring Snow Continent. Needless to say, he did not come to Soaring Snow Continent at this time with kind intentions. He had borrowed Xianbing's help that day to transfer a soul imprint to Bei Li Mo, and although he had taken Bei Li Mo's soul brand as a double insurance afterwards, it was not impossible for a demon saint to break free from those shackles. Regardless of how readily she had given him her word at the time, Xianxia was certain that Bei Li Mo had been doing her best to purge the soul imprint he had planted on her. The gap in cultivation between them was not small, especially in terms of soul cultivation, so Xianxia was not sure how long his soul imprint could last under her various efforts to break free. For that reason, he had rushed over in a hurry to reinforce his soul imprint on her and prevent her from breaking free of his control. Controlling a demon saint would be of great help to his future plans. It could even be said to be the key to their success or failure. How could he allow Bei Liemo to regain her freedom? I'm certain that the reinforcement of my soul imprint on her this time around will be a huge shock to her. I just hope she won't be too surprised. A sly smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He first found a place near the territory gate to hide a space beacon, leaving himself a way out in case of accidents. Only then did he ride Jue Feng gallantly towards Soaring Snow Ice Palace. Half a day later, he saw the huge and hazy outline of Soaring Snow Ice Palace from a distance. At that moment, he suddenly felt a connection with something that was inside the palace and laughed, knowing that he was not too late. Bei Liemo had not managed to get rid of his soul imprint yet. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to experience this feeling. This intimate connection was his link to his soul imprint. It could not be anything else aside from that. At the same time Xianxia felt the connection, a beam of light suddenly shot out of Soaring Snow Ice Palace and swiftly fled in the opposite direction. It was moving at an extremely high speed. At first, he didn't realize what was happening, and it wasn't until he felt the connection getting further and further away from him, quickly exceeding his range of detection in the blink of an eye, that he suddenly became livid. Damn it. That bitch is trying to escape. That beam of light had been none other than Demon Saint Bei Liemo. She probably detected his aura at the same moment he sensed the connection between them. That was why she was in such a hurry to leave. She was probably so reluctant to meet him because she was on the verge of breaking free of his control. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a dangerous move. How could Xianxia allow something like that to happen? He immediately manipulated space principles, performed an instantaneous movement, and materialized 1,000 kilometers away with Jue Feng. The connection that had broken off just now reappeared again. He was just about to give Bei Liemo a taste of his fury when she abruptly put on a burst of speed and accelerated. He did not know what kind of secret technique she was using for her to put so much distance between them in such a short moment, but she soon exceeded his range of detection again. Xianxia was livid. She might really regain her freedom again if he let her escape. Thus, he spurred his space principles repeatedly and performed consecutive instantaneous movements before the connection between them finally reappeared once more. The moment he felt the connection between them, his thoughts flashed without any hesitation. In the distance, the escaping beam of light paused suddenly, swayed slightly in midair, and nearly fell out of the sky. However, it resolutely continued flying a moment later. Seeing this, Xianxia grinned savagely. As if I'll let you get away. He continuously controlled the soul imprint to exert unbearable torture upon Bei Liemo while urging Jue Feng to go even faster. Although Jue Feng's speed was not slow in the first place, he became even faster with Xianxia's urging. 10,000 kilometers flashed beneath their feet as the chase continued. The distance between the two parties was closing bit by bit. It wasn't because Bei Liemo's flying speed was not as fast as Jue Feng's. On the contrary, Jue Feng might not have been able to keep up with a demon saint's speed if she was moving at full speed. Moreover, she was currently running for her life, so it was only natural that she was fleeing with all her might. The main reason was that Bei Liemo could not exert her full strength due to the torturous pain inflicted by the soul imprint. The pain coming from her soul was not something even a demon saint could withstand, and she could not reach her maximum speed under this affliction. As the distance between them continued to reduce, Xianxia could gradually make out Bei Liemo's figure. An incense stick later, they were only a few dozen meters away from her. With such a short distance, it would only take a moment for them to catch up with her. You had better hurry up and stop now. Otherwise, you're dead. Xianxia shouted viciously, his voice resounding in the surroundings. Many demons heard his voice from below and looked up into the sky, and when they saw two flashes of light speeding by at breakneck speed, they all revealed shocked expressions. However, they did not know who was involved in the high-speed chase. Just what would they think if they knew that their holy venerable was the fleeing party? Needless to say, Bei Liemo ignored Xianxia's threats. It would be weirder if she suddenly began obeying him out of nowhere. Xianxia was so furious that he laughed instead and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. Good. It looks like you won't give up unless you get a taste of true torture. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. While he was speaking, he spurred the soul imprint even more fiercely than before. Bailey Mo was fleeing ahead when she suddenly let out a muffled groan. Sweat dripped from her body in midair and her speed slowed down considerably. Nonetheless, she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. In that moment, Yang Kai immediately caught up with her, riding on Jue Feng as he kept pace beside her. He tilted his head to the side and gave her a sideways glance, his expression incredibly overbearing and arrogant. Although she didn't even bother to look at him, her gaze was blazing with flames. It was obvious that she was feeling extremely vexed. Without warning, she suddenly raised her hand and struck out at him. Her demon chi surged violently. Then, her slender jade hand rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes and obscured the light from his vision. Startled, Yang Kai didn't even think about it and sharply increased the pressure he was exerting on her. Bei Liamo had been gritting her teeth all this while to bear the pain, but in that instant, she suddenly let out a loud scream. Her voice was filled with agony as her entire body trembled so hard that she couldn't maintain her flight and fell out of the sky. Following the unstable fluctuations in her demon chi, the palm that was striking him vanished without a trace. Yang Kai was quite rattled, cursing out loud. He prepared to chase after her only to see her stabilizing herself several thousand meters below and continue fleeing. How persistent! Yang Kai lifted his gaze and looked forward. The light of a territory gate twinkled in the distance, and he immediately understood what she was aiming for. He stopped trying to chase her and rode Jue Feng towards the territory gate while continuing to put pressure on her. He was the first to arrive at the territory gate a short while later, and reaching out his hand, he pushed his space principles once more. Ripples swept across the huge territory gate before it abruptly disappeared. Concurrently, Bei Liamo finally approached at a high speed only to watch helplessly as the territory gate disappeared without a trace. Her originally pale face paled even further until not a trace of color could be seen on it. Run! Go on, run! Yang Kai rode on Jue Feng, looking down condescendingly on Bei Liamo from above as he snarled, "You bitch! How dare you attack me?" Bei Liamo bit her pale lips, her clothes drenched in sweat, revealing her shapely figure. Her gaze was fixed on the spot where the territory gate had disappeared with a despairing look on her face. She had the feeling that she was probably the most aggrieved demon saint in all the demon realm's history. All the problems she currently faced were caused by Shen Bing. Hence, she wished for nothing more than to revive her honored master and kill her several hundred times over. "I'm talking to you. Have you gone deaf?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. Bei Liamo took a deep breath, causing her ample peaks to heave violently in a breathtaking arc. She turned her head and looked away, an extremely unconvinced expression on her voice as she shouted, "The winner is the king while the loser is the villain. What else do you want the saint to say? Who gave you the courage to raise your hand against me?" Yang Kai glared at her with a vicious expression on his face. She retorted, "Who told you to get so close to me? Astonishing. You even dare to talk back now." Yang Kai was furious. His thoughts surged and she began howling in pain once again. Her entire body curled up into a ball, and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead suddenly gushed out. If Yang Kai had not held her up with his demon chi at that moment, she would have even fallen out of the sky. Yang Kai tortured her severely, and it wasn't until her voice became hoarse that he let up. The anger in his heart had subsided considerably now, and he stared at her coldly as she convulsed and trembled, giving a cold snort. "This is the first and last time. If this happens again," Bei Liamo immediately glared at him. Yang Kai blinked and suddenly realized that there was nothing more that he could say. The main reason was that he could torture her through the soul imprint, but he could neither control her nor kill her. It was really quite tragic. Scratching his chin, he continued, "If this happens again, I will strip you naked and parade you around the entire soaring snow continent." Bailey Mo's expression changed drastically as she shrieked, "You dare?" He grinned, "Go ahead and try me. We'll see if I dare." They both glared at each other furiously, intense sparks flying in the air. A long while passed before Bailey Mo turned her head to the side and loudly snorted. Yang Kai didn't bother wasting his breath on her and immediately shouted, "Open your knowledge, see. I must strengthen the soul imprint." Bailey Mo looked extremely resentful, but even so, Having been severely tortured by Yang Kai just now, she knew that it was useless to resist, not unless she could kill him somehow. After receiving a scare just now though, Yang Kai had wisely kept a fair distance from her so that he would have sufficient time to react. He would definitely take action the moment she tried to attack him. Feeling extremely reluctant, Bei Liemo lowered the defenses of her knowledge sea and felt Yang Kai's divine sense flooding into her head in the next instant. A short while later, he withdrew his divine sense from her knowledge sea. It's done. Yang Kai was rejoicing as he spoke. While reinforcing his soul imprint just now, he discovered that Bei Liemo had worn down more than half of its strength. She would have completely broken free of his control in another 10 to 15 days. If that had happened, he would not have been able to do anything to her anymore, even if he had her soul brand in his control. After all, she even had her soul manifestation destroyed by Bright Moon, so what would sacrificing her soul brand count for? This bitch, she probably started trying to break the soul imprint the moment she returned to Soaring Snow Continent. Otherwise, she could not have made such progress in such a short period of time. It's fortunate that I was worried about it and immediately rushed over after settling matters on Flying Cloud's continent. If not, she might have gotten her freedom back. On the other hand, Bei Liemo's expression changed drastically after checking her knowledge sea, and she stared at Yang Kai in shock. How is it possible for your soul to strengthen so much in such a short time? Although he had only reinforced it, the strength of the current soul imprint in her knowledge sea was simply incomparable to before. It would only have taken her a month or two if she really wanted to break free of the previous soul imprint, but now it would take her at least a few years. The longer it took for her to break free, the harder it would be for her to escape his control. If it could be said that she still had a glimmer of hope before, then that glimmer of hope had now been utterly extinguished. Yang Kai would only need to reinforce his soul imprint on her every couple of years, and she would never regain her freedom again. How can a person's soul become so powerful in the short span of a single month? Bei Liemo was shocked to the core. Yang Kai threw back his head and laughed heartily in response. You noticed? That's impossible. She looked like she was refusing to accept reality. Biting her lip, she exclaimed, Just who are you? To which he lowered his body slightly and glanced at her teasingly. I am me. Who else can I be? After saying that, he swept his gaze over her and smilingly continued. Why does it feel like I have complete control over you now? Do you want to test it out? Previously, Yang Kai could only bring great pain and agony to Bei Liemo even if he pushed the soul imprint to its limit, but now it felt as though he could kill her with a single thought. Needless to say, this might be nothing more than his imagination. Even so, it would definitely cause indelible trauma to Bei Liemo if he pushed the soul imprint to its current maximum. It would not be like how it was earlier, where all he could do was inflict a short period of pain on her. Bei Liemo looked at him steadily for a moment before doubling over in laughter. She laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. She even had tears coming out the corners of her eyes. Watching her laugh, his expression turned icy instead, and he asked in a dangerous voice, What's so funny? She clutched at her stomach, and it took her quite a while to finally stop laughing before she looked at him with interest. Did you and Ru Meng do it? She can even guess this much? Yang Kai felt a slight shock in his heart. I guess a woman who can become a demon saint will certainly have some extraordinary observation skills. To be able to infer such information just from the changes in my spiritual energy alone. She really isn't somebody I can underestimate. That's enough to make you laugh? Isn't your sense of humor a little too childish? He snorted coldly. You're serious? Her eyes widened. To which Yang Kai proudly replied, Ru Meng and I are in love with one another. What's so surprising about two people who are deeply in love with one another making love to each other? It's nothing. It's nothing. She waved her hand dismissively. Even so, the amusement was still evident on her face. It's just that my mood became a lot better all of a sudden. Tilting her head to the side, she glanced at him with an incredulous expression. I can't believe that that woman is willing to put such a large investment in you. He glared at her provocatively. If you want, I can accept you as my wife too. That way you can be sisters with Ru Meng in the future. Go to hell. Yang Kai boldly lay down on the soft bed that used to belong to Bei Liemo under a transparent dome inside Soaring Snow Ice Palace. He was surrounded by a group of beauties, each of them sporting a different charm and style. A gorgeous female demon king who was peeling some fruits suddenly brought a piece to his mouth for him to eat. Another brought a glass of fragrant wine to his lips while yet another was giving him a massage. The most beautiful women, the finest wine, and the best food. The best way to describe his current situation was lording it and abusing his authority. Meanwhile, Bailey Emma was sitting nearby and glaring at him coldly. The female demon kings serving Yang Kai seemed rather shocked. Nobody had ever dared to act so presumptuously in front of Bailey Emma before. Likewise, they had never seen their mistress being so tolerant towards anybody before either. Ever since returning to Soaring Snow Ice Palace, Bailey Mo's good mood had been completely destroyed. Yang Kai's various misdeeds had had a great impact on her prestige, yet she could do nothing against him. The door opened and a female demon king walked in. She was inadvertently taken aback for a moment when she saw the scene in front of her. Sensing that Bailey Mo's mood had fallen below the freezing point, she cautiously walked over, leaned down, and spoke a few words into her ear. Bailey Mo nodded lightly in response and waved her hand to indicate for the female demon king to withdraw. "Is it ready?" Yang Kai lifted his gaze to look at her. To which she gritted her teeth and snarled, "It's just a trivial army of 500,000. How long did you think it would take to prepare?" He responded non-committally before getting up from the bed and straightening out his clothes. "Many thanks for your hospitality, Holy Venerable. Let us meet again in the future." Her brow twitched at those words, and her crimson lips moved silently. Even though no sound came out of her mouth, their shape indicated that she was cursing at him. He added, "By the way, Holy Venerable, please don't miss me too much. I'll come to visit you soon." After saying that, he winked at her. Bailey Mo's expression was as cold as ice as she knew that the visit he mentioned was fake. His true intention was to check on the soul imprint for any signs of damage. Amidst loud ringing laughter, Yang Kai strode outside imperiously with his head held high. An army of 500,000 stood quietly in the large square outside Soaring Snow Ice Palace. They were divided into 5 divisions of 100,000 soldiers each. Strangely, there was not a single sound to be heard even though so many people gathered in one place. There was a heavy and solemn atmosphere covering the entire venue, with each division led by 8 to 10 demon kings, among which high-rank demon kings abounded. A single person stood proudly at the forefront of the entire army, and upon seeing Yang Kai appear, he immediately came forward, cupped his fists, and greeted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Brother Baya." Baya sternly replied, "In the name of the Holy Venerable, Baya has assembled 500,000 Soaring Snow Ice Guard to serve under your command, Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Very good." Then, his gaze swept over the 500,000 Soaring Snow Ice Guards with a solemn expression on his face. The Soaring Snow Ice Guard was the most elite force on Soaring Snow Continent. They were both Bailey Mo's exclusive imperial bodyguards and her trump card consisting of the most elite troops under her. An army like this was a rare existence even across the entire demon realm. Each Soaring Snow Ice Guard was selected through rigorous layers of tests, and the lowest cultivation eligible to enter the Soaring Snow Ice Guard was that of Demon General. Bailey Mo herself only had an army of 5 million under her command, so if Yang Kai had not demanded it, she would never have allowed as many as 500,000 to be deployed all at once. Yang Kai had led an army before, of course. Whether it be back in the Star Boundary or more recent times in the Demon Realm, he had commanded armies of 200,000 at most. However, those armies were completely incomparable to the Soaring Snow Ice Guard standing in front of him. Regardless of the overall quality or individual strength, the Soaring Snow Ice Guard made the previous armies he commanded look almost like a ragtag bandit crew. In contrast, the 500,000 people in front of him were truly a powerful army that could charge into battle on the front lines and emerge victorious. If they met in battle, they could surely wipe out the allied forces of both Cloud Shadow Continent and Blue Plains Continent in all their entirety. From now on, these 500,000 Soaring Snow Ice Guards belonged to him, setting off a raging feeling in his heart. Although Bailey Mo had not said that she was going to give them to him, these 500,000 Soaring Snow Ice Guards were in his hands now. "There's no way I can return them so easily. Even by ya." Heh, heh, heh. Baya seemed to detect the evil intentions in Yang Kai's gaze and couldn't help shivering in response as he asked, "Brother Yang, are you really going to go to the territories of each demon, saint to continue repairing and maintaining the territory gates? You are very well known right now, Brother Yang. You should be keeping a low profile for a while before making plans. It's really not appropriate to show your face at this time." Yang Kai held the great emperor's opportunity in him. Across the entire demon realm, only the lower members of the demon race might not understand it very well. On the contrary, all those in the demon king realm and above had heard the rumors, especially those half-saints, so who among them did not have their eye on him at the moment? Baya simply could not understand why Yang Kai wanted to reveal his whereabouts and invite trouble for himself at a time like this. Baya's friendship with Yang Kai was nothing special, so he did not say those words out of kindness. The main reason was that he had to serve and obey Yang Kai by the orders of the Holy Venerable. Thus, he wanted to find a way to protect himself. The gains would not be worth the loss if he were dragged into Yang Kai's mess. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. One should always see through to the end the tasks they have begun. Although there were some misunderstandings between the half-saints and this king on Eternal Sky Continent, I still have to complete my assignment since it is something I have promised to do. Then, Yang Kai grinned and looked toward Baya. Besides, the Holy Venerables have come to a new agreement. They will not take any action against me personally, if it's only those half-saints. Don't I have you beside me, Brother Baya? Baya smiled bitterly but said nothing after glancing at Zhui Feng, whom Yang Kai was riding. Zhui Feng might not have a high level of sentience, but his strength was obvious to see. Adding him into the mix would essentially mean that Yang Kai had two half-saints protecting him. If anybody were to try and harm Yang Kai, the opposing party would need at least 3 half-saints for their plan to even have a chance of success. Unfortunately, there was only one opportunity to be had. If 3 half-saints were to join forces, how were they going to split the prize afterward? Nobody would be willing to help others without appropriate compensation, so it was unlikely for such a situation to occur. What's more, Yang Kai himself was proficient in the Tao of Space, and it was rumored that he recently killed one of the half-saints by the name of Yin Si, who was serving under Demon Saint Yu Ru Meng. Thus, Yang Kai's personal strength was not to be underestimated either. After a brief consideration, Baya felt slightly relieved. "By the way, what did the Holy Venerable tell you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice. Baya replied, "Holy Venerable ordered that we obey all your commands. What if I asked you to kill a demon saint?" Yang Kai looked at Baya with a smile. Baya's expression was somber. "If you issue a command like that, Brother Yang, the soaring snow ice guard will die carrying out your orders." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he nodded at those words. "Very good." With a large wave of his hand, he ordered, "Let's set off." After saying that, he turned around and led the way, with Baya quickly relaying the command and the army of 500,000 moving out in an orderly manner, their speed not slow at all. Along the journey, Yang Kai asked Baya to explain the Soaring Snow Ice Guard's organizational system and learned that the Soaring Snow Ice Guard had 7 levels. From top to bottom, they were division, brigade, regiment, battalion, company, platoon, and squad. A division had 500,000 soldiers, a brigade 10,000, a regiment 3,000, a company 300, a platoon 100, and a squad 10. The hierarchy was well-defined and the structure was rigorous. In summary, the entire Soaring Snow Ice Guard consisted of 10 divisions, and Bailey Mo had transferred the command over one to Yang Kai. The division commander was none other than Baya. Accordingly, the positions of Vice Division Commander directly below Baya were held by the 5 strongest high-rank Demon Kings. Similarly, the regiments and battalions were headed by mid-rank Demon Kings and low-rank Demon Kings respectively, while the companies were led by Demon Great Generals. There was none below the realm of a Demon General among the Soaring Snow Ice Guard, so one could only imagine what unimaginable destructive power such a well-structured and disciplined army could exert on the battlefield. This truly got Yang Kai fired up. The star boundary simply could not compare with the demon realm when it came to warfare. Even if the 2 worlds' great war had not occurred in the demon realm, wars among different continents and demon saints were common occurrences. The skirmishes between continents would often involve large-scale battles involving millions of demons. Therefore, the demon race was not unfamiliar with the art of war. On the contrary, the star boundary had experienced peace for a very long time. Although there were disputes among individual cultivators and occasional conflicts between sects, a battle on the scale of millions had not occurred in tens of thousands of years. For that reason, the star boundary was far inferior to the demon realm when it came to experience in dealing with such warfare. That was also one of the reasons why the star boundary had been forced into a constant retreat since the Two Worlds' Great War began. Large-scale wars were often not something that could be won with one or two extremely powerful masters. Rather, what they had to rely on was the full weight of both sides participating in the war. The foundation and background of the demon realm was undoubtedly much greater than the star boundaries. That was also one of the reasons why Xianxia was desperately searching for another way out for the two great worlds. He wasn't doing it out of consideration for the demon realm but for the star boundary, as the latter's odds of winning were simply too low. Even the strongest fortresses could be brought down from the inside. Moreover, he was now within the enemy camp. Unfortunately, he did not have much confidence in being able to cause the collapse of such a strong enemy like the demon realm, so he could only do his best and leave the rest to the heavens. The army's first destination was Eternal Sky Continent. When Xianxia entered Eternal Sky Continent for the first time, he had also transited through Bailimo's territory and entered through the continent under another demon saint nearby. It was not that far away. Furthermore, the speed of the army could not be considered slow, and they arrived at the territory gate to enter Eternal Sky Continent in less than 4 days. Eternal Sky Continent originally had 2 territory gates located in different places, but Xianxia had sealed off one of them during his recent escape, so there was only one left. Moreover, the demon saints had eventually smashed the sealed territory gate and destroyed it as a result. As such, the army had arrived at the only remaining territory gate left. Baya did not know why Xianxia had come to Eternal Sky Continent. After the last catastrophe on Eternal Sky Continent, the entire continent had been torn apart and shattered into fragments. Even the world principles were broken beyond repair. Moreover, all the demons who had previously lived here had been offered up as blood sacrifices. It could be said that the current Eternal Sky Continent no longer held any value at all. Not to mention, the one and only territory gate was showing signs of instability at this moment. If this territory gate disappeared, then the entire Eternal Sky Continent would be completely removed from the demon realm. Baya did not ask any questions despite his puzzlement though. Only a few days ago, Bailimo had ordered him to lead the Soaring Snow Ice Guard and serve under Xianxia. She also told him in very clear terms that he should not ask unnecessary questions and simply follow Xianxia's instructions. As a half-saint, it was impossible for him to serve under a high-rank demon king under normal circumstances. However, he could only obey since Bailimo herself had ordered him to do so. Xianxia left Baya and the army of 500,000 stationed near the territory gate. Then he passed through the territory gate alone and stepped foot on Eternal Sky Continent once again. The entire world was gray and hazy as far as the eye could see. There was not the slightest bit of brilliance anywhere. The land itself was fragmented and void cracks spread out across the sky like scars that could never heal. There was a trace of sorrow in Xianxia's heart as he gazed at this landscape. This was the place where a great emperor had fallen. Nevertheless, he realized that he had no other choice whatsoever when he thought back on all the events of that day. Bright Moon Great Emperor had used his own life to hand his final responsibility over to Xianxia. Xianxia did not know how he was supposed to face Lan Xun again after returning to the star boundary. Lan Xun had held great expectations for him before he left for the demon realm. Who could have known that her father would end up dying at his hands? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. After composing himself, Xianxia began casually wandering around Eternal Sky Continent. The entire world was like a shattered plate wherein the fragmentation of the continent could be seen everywhere. There were still hints of profound auras and traces of battle at the place where Bright Moon had fought against the demon saints back then. In addition, a bright crimson color blanketed the spot where the boundless blood sea had once been. The base of the spirit array that made up the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array was gone, however, probably retrieved by the demon race. Upon confirming that there were no other life auras on this continent, Xianxia summoned the sealed world bead and had Gun come out to begin devouring the fragments of this continent. Ever since Gun started devouring numerous continents in the demon realm, its body had gotten even bigger than before. It was now capable of swallowing a fragment of the continent in one bite. Huoluan stood in front of his log house located on the top of an uninhabited mountain inside the small sealed world, looking up at the sky with a lonely and melancholic expression. During this period, he had gone around this strange world only to discover that it was completely devoid of any other living creatures aside from himself. Moreover, there was an invisible barrier in the sky that prevented him from flying too high. Every time he reached a certain limit, he would be blocked from going further. This world also seemed to have a set boundary, one he could not pass through. He couldn't help feeling as though he was a bird trapped inside a cage. A vast cage, but a cage nonetheless. Just what is this damned place? He had been asking himself this question more times than he could remember but could not find an answer to it. He recalled what Xianxia had mentioned a few days ago before leaving. This world might become another demon realm in the future. Huoluan remained unconvinced by those words. Even the most barren continent in the demon realm was millions of times better than this place. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion which sounded like thunder in the sky. Huoluan's expression turned from depressed to shocked before he immediately became ecstatic as he stared up into the sky with wide eyes. In the 2 months that he had been living here, nothing had changed at all. There were no living creatures, and not even the slightest bit of sound. Therefore, this sudden activity was a welcome sight. I don't care what the changes are. It's better than living here in dull silence. With a shift of his body, he rushed up towards the sky in hopes of getting closer to the sound of the thunder and catching a glimpse of the mystery behind it. He also wanted to see how the world had changed. There was another loud explosion a moment later, one so loud that the entire world seemed to tremble from it. Under Huoluan's nervous and excited gaze, a huge crack suddenly opened in the sky as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth. He felt like a tiny ant in front of that crack. Even so, that did not stop him. He rushed upward even more excitedly, thinking that this might be his chance of escaping from this place. Just before he arrived in front of the crack, though, a giant creature suddenly leaned out of the crack slowly. A horrifying pressure spread out from that figure, and Huoluan abruptly froze in his tracks to stare at this monstrosity with a wide-eyed stare. A short while later, that giant creature finally revealed its entire body, and he couldn't help gasping at the sight. He was shocked and horrified to discover that this enormous creature was actually a giant piece of land. It looked as though somebody had cut out a part of a continent and thrown it into this world. The crack in the sky spat out the fragment of the continent, which fell straight down to the ground. Huoluan watched nervously, worried about the force of impact that would come from such a humongous thing crashing against the ground. But to his surprise, he saw the fragment of the continent melting away gradually as it fell. It was almost as if it had been digested by this world. The entire process took no more than 10 breaths. The fragment of the continent vanished without a trace before it even touched the ground. Following that, another fragment was spat out from the crack in the sky, and the process from before repeating again. Huoluan couldn't help swallowing nervously at the sight as he wondered if he really was inside some sort of ancient giant beast's belly. Although he did not want to admit it, what he was seeing before him inadvertently made those thoughts appear in his mind. The continent fragments that were devoured up by the huge crack in the sky almost seemed like the food of a giant beast, which would mean that this world was the stomach of that giant beast. Otherwise, how could the fragments of the continents be digested and disappear without a trace? Piece after piece continued to be spat out before vanishing out of sight, seemingly without end. All of a sudden, Huoluan frowned. He keenly felt as though something was changing in this world. His cultivation was not that high, but he was still a low-ranked demon king, so he had a fairly good perception of the surrounding environment. Pondering in silence for a bit, he quietly tried to circulate his secret art, and the results shocked him. He discovered that the world energy in this place had become marginally stronger than before. Even the world principles had become a bit more abundant. Even if the changes were not significant, this feeling could not be wrong. He once again recalled what that person who tossed him into this place had once said and muttered to himself. Perhaps one day in the future, this place will become another demon realm. He had been unconvinced by those words at the time. However, that outcome did not seem impossible now. If this world continued to develop with this kind of momentum, wouldn't it become another demon realm once the world energy became sufficiently rich and the world principles became sufficiently perfect? Huoluan was extremely taken aback by this realization. At this moment, something seemed to fall out of the air from among the vanishing continent fragments that were being digested. There's something that cannot be digested by this world. Huoluan rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he wasn't imagining things. Feeling curious, he hurriedly flew in the direction where that thing had fallen. Exactly 1 hour later, he finally arrived at the spot. His divine sense surged as he searched a wide area for the item. It didn't take much effort for him to find a spear in the middle of a lake with clear water. The spear was quite heavy, and its body was decorated with elaborate patterns. He could tell at a glance that it was an item that was forged with the greatest care. Pouring his demon chi into the spear, Huoluan examined the dazzling light it gave off and gasped at the sight. High-rank demon artifact. This was a high-rank demon artifact. Moreover, it was a very high-quality existence even among high-rank demon artifacts. There was no blockage whatsoever when he poured his demon chi into it. Furthermore, it felt like an extension of his arm when he swung it around casually. As far as he knew, only some high-rank demon kings and half-saints were eligible to wield such a high-rank demon artifact. It was impossible for mid-rank demon kings and low-rank demon kings to even touch something like this. Although he had his own weapons, they were only 2 low-rank demon artifacts, completely incomparable to the spear both in terms of quality and value. What made Huoluan feel even more incredulous was that this high-rank demon artifact was brand new, almost as though somebody had been using it not too long ago. But if the demon artifact was here, then where did the high-rank demon king or half-saint using it go? Huoluan couldn't care less about that right now, though, as he clasped the spear tightly in his hand and laughed loudly. The gloomy and melancholic mood he had been experiencing all this time was swept away in an instant. Just the fact that he had unexpectedly obtained this demon artifact was enough to make him rejoice for a long while. It was a treasure that he did not even dare to covet before after all. His good mood had just washed over him when something else fell out of the sky again and landed only several dozen kilometers away. After confirming the direction, Huoluan hurriedly flew over to look for the item. A burst of even happier laughter rang out a short while later. This time, he had picked up a space ring. Moreover, there were countless treasures and wealth stored inside. He even found nearly 1,000 myriad demon pills. These were myriad demon pills. Treasures he would never even come across under normal circumstances. And yet, he had obtained nearly 1,000 of them in one go. He almost thought that it was a dream. With so many myriad demon pills in hand, I only need to focus on meditating and cultivating for a time before I become a high-rank demon king. At this rate, even becoming a half-saint might not be a dream. So many myriad demon pills were definitely not something a mere demon king could own. As far as he knew, only the top masters of the demon realm were qualified to have so many myriad demon pills, such as the half-saints. Thinking back to the spear he had just picked up, he suddenly understood something. I picked up the personal items of a half-saint who had died. Huoluan jumped in fear the moment that thought came to him. For a low-rank demon king like him, a half-saint was an extremely superior existence. Just who could kill a half-saint? The shocking discoveries were far from over, though. Over the next few days, Huoluan kept seeing things falling from the sky. These were things that this world could not digest, and most of them were demon artifacts. Moreover, a lot of the demon artifacts had lost a great deal of spirituality. Their owners seemed to have experienced an extremely terrifying battle before returning to great demon god's embrace. These demon artifacts were the weapons left behind by those who were slain in battle. Huoluan also picked up many space rings and gained quite a fortune. However, the only half-saint space ring he picked up was the first one. Although there was much good stuff in the rest of the space rings and a few myriad demon pills could occasionally be found in some of them, none of them could compare with the wealth contained in the first space ring he picked up. This situation continued on for 7 or 8 days before the crack in the sky gradually closed under his anxious gaze and nothing was swallowed into this world again. Huoluan waited for a long time, and after making sure that there was nothing else he could benefit from, he finally turned around and headed back to his log house with a look of excitement on his face. At this time, he was no longer complaining about being a bird trapped in a cage. Which person trapped in a cage could obtain such terrifying opportunities? The wealth he gained over the past few days was more than what he could have gotten even if he lived 100 lifetimes. He flew towards the mountain in a rush, but just as he was about to return to his residence, he suddenly paused in midair. He lowered his head and looked down. A moment later, his eyes narrowed. The mountain on which he had built his log house had gotten much higher. It definitely was not his imagination. Even if he had never measured the height of this mountain, his perception as a demon king could not be wrong. The mountain had gotten taller, the soil underneath had become thicker, the world principles had become more perfect, and the world energy was obviously more abundant than before. At some point in time, subtle changes had taken place throughout this world. Outside the small sealed world, the place where Eternal Sky Continent was once located had become a void. The entire continent had been devoured by Gun. An unimaginably humongous Gun swam over to Xianxia from the middle of the void and transformed back into the sealed world bead, which Xianxia then retrieved. Afterward, Xianxia turned around, passed through the territory gate, and sealed the territory gate behind him. He then called out to Bai Ye, who was waiting outside, "Let's go." He had not expected so much good stuff to be left behind after the battle on Eternal Sky Continent. Bright Moon had killed more than 10 half-saints back then, and the personal items of these half-saints had of course become ownerless at the time. Most of them had been found and retrieved after the incident. However, one space ring had been unaccounted for. That space ring had now benefited Huoluan, whom he had locked up inside the small sealed world. After leaving Eternal Sky Continent, Xianxia led Bai Ye and the army across various continents in the demon realm. His nominal reason was to repair and maintain the territory gates, the task he failed to finish doing last time. Half a year ago, he had been working on this task when he was ambushed by the 3 half-saints of Hundred Spirits Continent. Later, the incident on Eternal Sky Continent broke out. Therefore, this matter had been delayed until now. Nobody would suspect anything if he chose to continue with his task at this time. However, repairing and maintaining the territory gates was a facade. His true objective was to look for opportunities to devour more lost continents. He had not given much thought to it when he allowed Gun to devour those continents previously, only feeling it was a bit wasteful to leave the fragments to be devoured by the void. In any case, Gun had a precedent of devouring, and it was never a bad thing to expand the domain of the sealed world bead. But now, it would seem that it had been a smart move of great foresight on his part. All of the broken continents contained a part of the world principles of the demon realm. Although the world principles were as shattered as the continent themselves, Gun was never one to reject anything that came its way. As the saying went, many grains of sand can build a tower. When the quantity causes a qualitative change, the sealed world bead might undergo an amazing evolution in the future. If this idea was feasible, then he might be able to lead the battle between the two worlds to another conclusion. As a veteran half-saint of the demon realm, Bai Ye knew the whole demon realm situation like the back of his hand. Therefore, having him as an advisor made things much easier to handle. Xianxia only talked with Bai Ye for a few days, but it was enough for him to plan an efficient route in his heart. As they passed through continent after continent, Xianxia would stop every so often, instruct the soaring snow ice guard to seal off a certain area and disappear for a few days on his own. Bai Ye gradually noticed how strange Xianxia was acting because he had not repaired nor maintained any of the territory gates throughout their journey at all. Instead, he seemed to be leading the army of 500,000 on a scenic tour throughout the various continents of the demon realm. Moreover, he seemed to have some sort of particular reason for stopping at certain places. It suggested that there was some sort of special pattern behind his actions. It wasn't until 2 months later that Bai Ye finally figured out what the pattern was. The places where the soaring snow ice guard raised a blockade were places where a territory gate once existed. In addition, those territory gates were once connected to a lost continent when it still existed. After discovering this, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling shocked. As a half-saint, it was only natural that he was quick-witted, and an incredulous thought surged in his heart. Following his secret observations, he finally confirmed the conjecture he had formed in his heart. Xianxia is capable of reopening the territory gates to the continents that were lost and entering those continents. Those thoughts instantly set off a stormy wave of emotions in his heart. There were 2 reasons why it was necessary for the demon race to start a war with the star boundary regardless of the costs. The first reason was the demon race themselves were bloodthirsty and hot-blooded, but the second and more important reason was that the demon race needed to find a new place to establish themselves. the entire demon realm used to be whole many, many years ago. Nobody knew why it later split into countless continents of all shapes and sizes. It would have been nothing if that was all. Even if the continents were divided, they were still able to connect with each other, so not much changed in the lives of the demon race. However, the key point was that these continents were gradually disappearing. Moreover, the territory gates that existed everywhere also slowly began to experience some problems. If the demon race did not find a new place to live, the entire demon realm would fall apart once all the territory gates disappeared and the connection between the continents were lost completely. At that time, even the demon saints were incapable of predicting what might happen. It might signal the end of the demon realm. However, Xianxia had found those lost continents and could even enter them. Combined with his ability to repair and maintain the territory gates, it was enough to maintain the safety of the demon realm during his lifetime. The demon realm would be able to avoid its fate of destruction. If that was the case, then what was the point of the battle between the two worlds? What was the point of countless demon race warriors, demon kings, half-saints spilling their blood in the foreign star boundary? No wonder he asked Bailey Mo for the escort of 500,000 soaring snow ice guards. He certainly needed some manpower to help him. Without the soaring snow ice guard to seal off the surrounding region, news about this would spread instantly if anybody were to learn about what Xianxia was doing, shaking the very foundation of the demon realm. Ever since discovering Xianxia's secret, Baya had been slightly out of it. The expression on his face when he looked at Xianxia was as though he was looking at a monster. Baya did not reveal the truth and Xianxia did not explain himself. When Xianxia brought Baya along with him, he never expected his secret to remain a secret for long. In any case, this matter would be exposed to the public one day in the future, and this would simply allow him to gauge Bailey Mo's attitude, especially with the possibility of Baya leaking this information to her in advance. Inside the small sealed world, the mountain where Huoluan had built his log house was getting taller and taller. Ever since he first witnessed that mysterious scene the other day, similar scenes would occur again every once in a while. When the huge crack opened in the sky for the second time, Huoluan had excitedly rushed over when the fragments of the continent were devoured into this place again. He wanted to gain more benefits from the shocking phenomenon. Unfortunately, the results this time had left him disappointed. Even when the crack closed again, nothing special had fallen out of the sky. The same went for the third time, and the fourth time. Present, he no longer held any expectations. When the crack in the sky opened again, he simply opened his eyes and took a look with an indifferent attitude. No matter how shocking something was, it would become nothing special after witnessing it repeatedly. Besides, there was nothing he could gain from it anymore and the crack would close on its own after a few days. The only reason he had gone out again recently was to verify a guess he had formed in his heart, and reality proved that his conjecture was correct. The world was expanding. Not only was the mountain he was living on getting taller, but the entire world had also gotten much broader. As the crack in the sky opened again and again, as the fragments of continents were devoured and digested, the world principles and world energy of the entire world gradually became stronger. World creation. Realization dawned on Huoluan. Such tremendous changes to this world are practically equivalent to creating a new world. Just who can perform such a feat? Is it that man who caught me and locked me in this place? Xianxia's figure surfaced unbidden in his mind. Back then, Huoluan had told that strange man that not only was his cultivation unable to progress if he lived in this place for long, but he also faced the risk of his cultivation regressing instead. But that risk no longer existed. Perhaps it would have been difficult for his cultivation to advance without cultivation resources, but his cultivation no longer faced the risk of regression. That was because the world energy and world principles in this world had both undergone great changes. Leading the soaring snow ice guard, Xianxia wandered the continents of the demon realm for a full year. During that time, he passed through all the territories owned by every single demon saint to devour all the known lost continents. On a certain day 1 year later, Baya stood in front of a void corridor above the skies of a vast sea. He was staring blankly at the black corridor radiating with a dangerous aura, and there was a complicated expression on his face. He knew that this void corridor connected to a continent that had disappeared from the demon realm 3,000 years ago. After such a long time, Xianxia no longer bothered to conceal anything from Baya anymore. He knew that the latter had long since found out about his secret anyway. A secret that had been found out could no longer be considered a secret. Therefore, approximately half a year ago, he had allowed Baya to follow him into one of these lost continents and openly showed Gungun in front of him, devouring the continent. When Baya saw the broken continent, many expressions appeared on his face, and all of them were filled with disbelief. Over the past countless years, at least 100 continents had disappeared from the demon realm. All the demon race subconsciously believed that these lost continents had simply been disconnected from the demon realm and nothing would happen to the continents themselves. As long as they could find a way to restore that connection, those lost continents would come back one day. It wasn't until he witnessed the outcome of these lost continents for himself that he realized his mindset had been too assumptive. Even if the demon realm had been broken into pieces, it was still a whole. However, a continent losing its connection to the demon realm was equivalent to chopping off a person's limbs. Those continents would then gradually experience decay and eventually fall apart due to a lack of nutrients. Baya suddenly felt a sense of panic and existential crisis. After witnessing the fate of those lost continents, he couldn't help but wonder whether the surviving continents in the demon realm would one day end up in the same state, shattered and lifeless. If that happened, even the demon saints would not be spared, let alone a half-saint like himself. A weak aura fluctuation came from the void corridor in front of Baya, and immediately afterwards, Xianxia clambered out of the void corridor. Meeting each other's gaze, Xianxia nodded lightly. "Many thanks, brother Baya." Baya smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I was just watching the scenery and enjoying the breeze outside. What's so hard about my task compared to what brother Yang did inside? Did anything happen out here?" Xianxia looked around. There was an aura snooping around, but it didn't come close, Baya replied. As a half-saint, a snooping aura that could catch his interest could only mean that it was another half-saint. It had not been a smooth journey over the course of the year. Yuru Meng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saints a year ago, so the demon saints did not attack Xianxia anymore. However, many half-saints had immediately taken action upon learning about the situation. Xianxia was like an injured fish flapping about in the ocean, attracting the greed of the sharks known as half-saints with the smell of his blood. Just this year alone, there had been no fewer than 10 conflicts with the half-saints. It was just that he was being escorted by Zhui Feng, not to mention 500,000 soaring snow ice guards and Baya. One or two half-saints were completely incapable of causing any harm to him. The most dangerous situation he encountered was when 5 half-saints had joined forces to attack him. In that battle, Baya and Zhui Feng had both been held up by a half-saint each and were unable to extricate themselves from their respective battles. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 half-saints had chased Xianxia vigorously for a while. It was to the point where they thought they were about to succeed in their endeavor. Unfortunately for them, Xianxia had concealed at least one space beacon on each continent every time he arrived. Coupled with his ingenious and unparalleled space techniques, he had no trouble escaping even if he could not win the fight. That battle had lasted for half a month. But in the end, the 3 half-saints pursuing him were left eating his dust for that entire duration. They couldn't even grasp a single hair on his head. On the contrary, they suffered greatly at the hands of his mysterious methods. Since then, there had not been any direct battles between Xianxia and a half-saint again. All the half-saints in the demon realm were aware that there was nothing they could do to a person proficient in the Tao of space, not unless more than 10 half-saints worked together against him or they found some method to restrict his movements to prevent him from escaping. But it was an extremely difficult task to get 10 half-saints to work together. The demon realm did not lack half-saints. In fact, there had been more than 100 participating in the battle to encircle and suppress Bright Moon Great Emperor back then. But they only joined forces at the time because the demon saints had ordered them to do so. Otherwise, trying to get 10 half-saints to join forces against a single enemy on the premise that there was only one prize that could not be split in the hands of that enemy was something that was practically impossible to achieve. For this reason, Xianxia shocked the world with this battle. He had gotten famous in the demon realm because he obtained the Great Emperor's opportunity. It wasn't until now that both the half-saints who were familiar and unfamiliar with him discovered that his strength could not be underestimated. It was no wonder he even managed to escape from the pursuit of the demon saints back then. "Are there no other continents left?" Xianxia asked. Baya shook his head. Demon Blood Continent was the last of the lost continents. Xianxia frowned at those words. Immersing himself in the small sealed world, he felt around for a bit and sighed, it isn't enough. The small sealed world had undergone earth-shaking changes after devouring all those broken continents, and its territory had also become unbelievably vast as a result. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. It was not about the size of the land. The size of the small sealed world today was equivalent to the sum of nearly 100 continents in the demon realm. Housing trillions of demons there would not be a problem whatsoever. Rather, the problem lay in the world principles and world energy. The world principles in the expanded territory of the small sealed world were only similar to that of a lower star field. In other words, the highest masters that could be produced under such world principles were origin kings. Huoluan was the best experiment. He had the cultivation of a low-rank demon king, and during this period, he seemed to have used a number of myriad demon pills to improve his cultivation. Even though he was already at the peak of a low-rank demon king realm, he could not break through his bottleneck. The reason was that the world principles in the small sealed world were unable to fulfill the requirements needed for his breakthrough. If the newly expanded territory of the small sealed world did not evolve further, then Huoluan would never achieve another breakthrough. That was simply the limits of the world. Just like back then, the Origin King realm masters in the star field had to find their way into the star boundary. No matter how great a person's aptitude, it was impossible to progress when the world itself limited you. It looks like I have no choice but to try something dangerous. Xianxia only considered it briefly before his eyes flashed with a resolute light. I hope Bailimo will not turn against me. Let's go. He called out to Baya, who immediately relayed the command to the soaring snow ice guard who had been guarding the surroundings for all 500,000 of them to gather. Once assembled, the army gallantly set off. Half a month later, Baya stopped outside a territory gate, the corners of his mouth twitching as he asked, Brother Yang, if I am not mistaken, this territory gate leads to 100 Spirits Continent. Is this our destination? That's right. Xianxia looked at Baya with a smile, not allowing for objections as he grabbed the ladder by the arm and strode forward without any further ado. Baya was shocked. However, the two of them had plunged into the territory gate and arrived at a splendid and colorful world before he could say anything, causing him to smile bitterly. 100 Spirits Continent held a special position in the demon realm. Who would dare to barge into this place so casually, aside from unscrupulous and profit-driven mavericks? That especially held true for the half-saints serving under the various demon saints. They had been warned by the demon saints never to enter 100 Spirits Continent, or they could only blame themselves for their deaths. Although Baya knew that Xianxia had a good relationship with 100 Spirits Continent, he couldn't help feeling as though he had been dragged into the lion's den. Nevertheless, he was already here, so what else could he say? He could only pray that the Lord of 100 Spirits Continent would spare him. Who dares trespass on 100 Spirits Continent? The moment the two of them steadied themselves, a stern shout came from somewhere. It was clear that somebody had noticed the anomaly in this place. While that person was speaking, a ray of light sped towards them. A figure was revealed in that ray of light as it got closer. It turned out to be a middle-aged man, but the aura radiating from his body was that of a half-saint. Upon seeing Xianxia, though, that person couldn't help being taken aback for a moment before immediately cupping his fists. So it is Senior Yang. Senior, Baya couldn't help frowning at that title. He was not familiar with the middle-aged man in front of him, as the half-saints on 100 Spirits Continent rarely involved themselves with the outside world. Be that as it may, almost all of the half-saints here were divine spirits who were famed for their arrogance, so why was this person addressing Xianxia as senior? Only then did Baya realize that he had greatly underestimated Xianxia's position on 100 Spirits Continent, as well as how highly the master of 100 Spirits Continent valued Xianxia. No wonder even Zhui Feng has been following Xianxia around. This guy is famous for being the mount that galloped across the world back then after all. How should I address you? Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man bowed with his hand on his chest. Sir, please call me Do You. Xianxia nodded slightly. Is Senior Chang Tian here? I want to meet Senior in person. Sir, please come with me. Do You stretched out his hand to lead the way? While speaking, he subtly glanced at Baya and a fierce light flashed through his eyes. The fiendish aura made all the hair on Baya's body stand. Xianxia said, This is Brother Baya. He is my companion. Upon hearing this, the fierce light in Du Yu's eyes gradually diminished. He nodded lightly and led the way without saying another word. Inside that dim and gloomy hall that felt as though one would never see the sun again, Yang Kai met Chang Tian again. It was impossible for a person like Chang Tian to change much in such a short time. Thus, the two of them sat on the floor inside the hall just like before. Meanwhile, Baiya stood quietly outside the hall with a meticulous expression. Du Yu, who had led the way, was gone now. However, there was a pair of twin sisters standing in front of him and staring at him unblinkingly. These twin sisters had beautiful appearances and graceful figures. One dressed in black and the other in white. The auras between them seemed to resonate with each other and were clearly closely connected. Under normal circumstances, any man would have loved to have a second glance at such eye-catching beauties. Unfortunately, Baiya didn't even dare to look sideways at this moment. The reserved smile on his face was practically frozen stiff as he cursed at Yang Kai fiercely in his heart. I don't care if you want to come to 100 Spirits Continent, you could have done it alone. Why did you have to drag me here with you? Despite being a half-saint, Baiya felt as though he was a lamb inside a tiger's den, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Senior, there are no flowers growing on my body. Why are you looking at me like that? Inside the hall, Yang Kai rubbed his nose and glanced at Chang Tian, who had been staring at him since he came in. Chang Tian smiled slightly and nodded. Good, good. I certainly picked the right person. With that opportunity in you, your chances of becoming a demon saint in the future will be greatly increased. This king is certain 100 Spirits Continent will have a successor in 100 years. The battle on Eternal Sky Continent had shaken up the entire world. Even 100 Spirits Continent had heard the news despite being sealed off and isolated. Since his life was soon coming to an end, Chang Tian had wanted to train Yang Kai as his successor. He wanted Yang Kai to take over 100 Spirits Continent in the future and protect all the divine spirits on this continent. Regardless of his intentions at the time, he also knew that the peak of the martial Dao was not something that could be reached so easily. Fortunately, everything was all right now. Yang Kai had managed to snatch the great emperor's opportunity, so as long as Yang Kai progressed steadily, Chang Tian might actually be able to witness Yang Kai standing at the pinnacle of the demon realm before he passed away. If that were really to happen, he would have nothing to worry about anymore. In addition, the many divine spirits on this continent would have somebody to rely on. Since you have this opportunity, you shouldn't carelessly reveal yourself outside anymore. Just stay on 100 Spirits Continent. I have long since discussed with you Ru Meng, so I'm sure she won't object too strongly to it. Yang Kai smiled ruefully at those words. He could discern the meaning behind Chang Tian's words. Chang Tian wanted him to remain on 100 Spirits Continent from now on to cultivate in peace to become a demon saint in the future. Although he could appreciate the care and protection Chang Tian was showing him, time waited for no one. How could he afford the time to cultivate here quietly? The goal of becoming a demon saint was a little too far off right now, and the two worlds' great war was raging on. Meanwhile, his family, wives, and friends were all in the star boundary. How could he hide away in this paradise with peace of mind? The star boundary would be gone by the time he became a demon saint and left this place again. Yang Kai mulled it over for a moment before he replied, I appreciate your kindness, Senior, but has Senior never thought about leading 100 Spirits Continent out of this rut? 100 Spirits Continent might be large, but isn't it a little too small for you, Senior? Chang Tian's eyes flashed when he heard those words, and the corners of his mouth curved upward, revealing the hint of a smile. What do you want to say? Yang Kai stared at Chang Tian with a piercing gaze. What I want to say is, with your power, you shouldn't be confined to the 100 Spirits Continent, Senior. Just thinking about it, each of the 12 demon saints control dozens of continents, while your strength is no weaker than theirs. So why do you only settle for occupying something as insignificant as 100 Spirits Continent? You are part of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan is head of the myriad divine spirits. You should be free to roam these lands as you see fit, not trapped in these shallow waters. Chang Tian's gaze lowered slightly. Originally, 100 Spirits Continent did not exist in the demon realm. This is what this king spent half his life building. It is true that the demon realm is vast and there are hundreds, if not over 1,000 continents, but alas, this king is only one, and such grand ambitions are not something that can be accomplished alone. But you have me now, senior. You? He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Kai. Then, he burst out laughing all of a sudden. Your appetite is truly enormous. Unfortunately, you need to have the corresponding strength to support it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Senior, you have misunderstood my words. I am not inciting you to seize the other demon saints' territories. The demon realm is already falling apart, so what's the point of taking over another person's territory? Perhaps in a century or a millennium, that territory you seized would collapse. That would just be meaningless effort. Forget everything else. Let's take 100 Spirits Continent as an example. Who knows when 100 Spirits Continent will break away from the demon realm and follow in the footsteps of the other lost continents? Where will you go if that happens, senior? Where will the millions of living creatures on 100 Spirits Continent go? Yang Kai paused for a moment before continuing, plus you might be safe for now. But the war between the two worlds will sweep through the entire demon realm sooner or later. Can you and 100 Spirits Continent still remain in a disengaged position when that time comes? Chang Tian's expression darkened the moment he heard those words. Yang Kai added, It's something that even a junior like me noticed, so I'm certain senior has already foreseen this. Although the war between the two worlds was raging fiercely, it had yet to reach the most critical point. That was why 100 Spirits Continent could still afford to stay out of the matter. However, if the war reached a certain step, the demon saints in the demon realm would never allow 100 Spirits Continent to remain watching idly by the sides. They were bound to work together to exert pressure on 100 Spirits Continent so that it participated in the war. Chang Tian would have no choice but to agree under such intense pressure. Otherwise, 100 Spirits Continent would become the demon realm's enemy. That would only bring the worst possible fate to 100 Spirits Continent. If the demon saints were determined enough to join forces, then 100 Spirits Continent would be completely wiped off the map. Do you have a solution to this? Chang Tian lifted his eyes and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai had brought this matter up so abruptly that it was clear that he had a specific aim in mind. Thus, Chang Tian couldn't help speculating. I'm still figuring one out, and I dare not say it will succeed, but it's a direction at least. If this succeeds, not only can it extinguish the flames of war between the two worlds, but it can also provide a better living environment for 100 Spirits Continent and even the rest of the demon race. Extinguish the flames of war between the two worlds. Even though Chang Tian was incredibly knowledgeable, he couldn't help being a little dumbfounded at this moment. Yang Kai's words had simply been too incredulous. The two worlds' great war was not a run-of-the-mill brawl. It was a battle for survival where it was kill or be killed. It was impossible to stop this war unless one party thoroughly lost or was completely annihilated. In comparison, it made the part about providing a better living environment for 100 Spirits Continent and the rest of the demon race sound less shocking. If it had been anybody else who spoke these words, Chang Tian would have thrown that person out a long time ago rather than waste his time on such nonsense. However, he held great expectations for Yang Kai and still hoped that Yang Kai would protect 100 Spirits Continent in the future. Even if he couldn't bring himself to believe what Yang Kai was saying, he had no other option but to ask about it. Tell me more. What exactly are you planning? Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but seeming to reach a decision about something important, he raised his gaze, stared straight into Chang Tian's eyes, and stated, I think you should see it for yourself, senior. See for myself? Chang Tian frowned. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to Chang Tian. Senior, if you believe in me, then please relax and don't resist. Chang Tian frowned in response. He did not know what snake oil Yang Kai was trying to sell. Nevertheless, he reached out his hand and placed it in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. As powerful as he was extremely confident in his own strength. So he was not worried about any sinister trick or devious lies Yang Kai might try to pull. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him, and his vision blurred for a moment before he suddenly found himself in a strange world. Stunned, Chang Tian looked around only to see that this place was no longer his dark and cold palace hall. It could even be said that this place was not any place found on 100 Spirits Continent. This world made him feel a little uncomfortable as he felt an invisible shackle wrapping around him the moment he entered. It was the omnipresent world force applying pressure on him to prevent him from using too much power. Although he had cultivation on par with that of a demon saint, it was worthless here since he could not exert that strength in this place. This situation inadvertently made his expression change slightly. He was wondering if he had misjudged Xianxia and accidentally fell into some sort of malicious trap. Even so, he quickly tossed this idea aside. That was because Xianxia was standing beside him defenseless. If Xianxia had wanted to harm Xianxia in any way, then he would not be assuming such a carefree posture. Moreover, he was staring ahead with a relaxed expression. Stretching out a hand, Xianxia pointed and said, "Senior, what do you think about this place?" "Where's this place?" Xianxia frowned. He had clearly felt the traces of teleportation just now. It was just that he had not had the time to get a closer look before he was transported here from the hall. While they were speaking, he spread his divine sense out, but could not perceive the boundaries of this world. "This is a world. I call it the small sealed world." "The small sealed world?" Xianxia's frown deepened, but immediately after, his eyes gleamed with a shocking light. "A great world. Is this a great world?" "It can marginally be considered one." "I can't believe you actually found another great world." Xianxia was thoroughly shocked. The star boundary which existed outside of the demon realm had shown Xianxia and the others that there was more than just one great world out there. It was possible that there were thousands of great worlds out there in the vast universe. Up until now, no living demon had seen another world other than the demon realm and the star boundary, and nobody knew where the other great worlds were located nor how to actually get there. Be that as it may, Xianxia actually found a great world and even figured out a way to enter it. How could Xianxia not be shocked? All of a sudden, Xianxia understood what Xianxia had meant just now. If Xianxia could travel freely in and out of this great world, then he could indeed extricate Hundred Spirits continent from its current death spiral. There would be no need to worry about being pressured by the demon saints when the war between the two worlds intensified in the future. Likewise, there was no need to worry about Hundred Spirits continent falling apart one day in the future, leaving hundreds of millions without a home. Even so, Xianxia only entertained the thought for a moment before the flames in his heart died down and he slowly shook his head. This world is not suitable for the survival of stronger living creatures. It's not perfect yet. With his insight, it was only natural that he could sense the shortcomings of the newly expanded territory of the small sealed world. If not for these shortcomings, the world force would not have placed these invisible shackles on him. It was unfortunate, but this world was undoubtedly much inferior compared to the demon realm. A great world like this was only for show. It might look impressive, but it lacked substance. Xianxia smiled slightly. "Senior, you have sharp eyes indeed. But do you know what this world was like in the beginning?" Xianxia laughed. "How would I know?" Pausing in shock for a moment, he turned to look at Xianxia. "Do you know?" Xianxia replied in a carefree manner, "Of course I know. That's because I created this world." "You created it?" Xianxia's eyes widened at those words, and he even wondered whether there was something wrong with his hearing. "Senior, did you visit Eternal Sky Continent after the battle there?" Xianxia suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Cough? Xianxia coughed lightly into his fist. "I was on Eternal Sky Continent at the time. This time around, it was Xianxia's turn to be stunned. He instinctively felt that Xianxia would definitely investigate something as important as the battle on Eternal Sky Continent after the incident, but who could have known that Xianxia had been there the whole time? It wasn't that strange upon further consideration. It was a battle between a great emperor and the demon saints after all. There was a high likelihood that it would change the future direction of the two worlds. It was reasonable for Xianxia to be concerned over something like that. Then it'll be easy to explain. Xianxia nodded lightly. "I'm sure Senior saw the condition Eternal Sky Continent was in after that huge battle. The whole continent had shattered to pieces and the world principles had collapsed. The might of the demon saints and a great emperor's attacks was not something a mere continent could withstand." Xianxia's expression was solemn. "Will you believe me if I tell you that, in the beginning, this world was in worse condition than the broken Eternal Sky Continent?" Xianxia turned his head in Xianxia's direction, his pupils shrinking slightly in response. Xianxia met Xianxia's gaze with a calm expression and a pure gaze. A long while later, Xianxia slowly shook his head. "It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you. It's just that it's too difficult to believe." Xianxia smiled and said, "Senior, I'm sure you know that many continents have disappeared from the demon realm over the past few thousand years. One by one, those lost continents were severed from the demon realm's territory because the territory gates collapsed. Nobody could enter them, and nobody knows what happened to those lost continents after so many years. Chang Tian furrowed his eyebrows. Do you know what happened to them? Yang Kai nodded. I found a way to enter the lost continents, but the state of those continents is not quite like what most people imagine. They have not been preserved intact, rather, they disintegrated a long time ago. Moreover, they were in worse condition than Eternal Sky Continent after the most recent war. The world you see now is the result of the amalgamation of those lost continents and Eternal Sky Continent. Senior, can't you sense that the world principles and world energy here are somewhat similar to the demon realm? How could Chang Tian fail to sense that? He had felt it the moment he entered this place. The feeling this world gave him was a weakened version of the demon realm. He had not understood why before, but the realization dawned on him after listening to Yang Kai's explanation. Although the world principles between great worlds were similar, it was absolutely impossible for them to be identical. Take the star boundary and the demon realm, for example. Their different principles allowed them to give birth to distinct power systems. In contrast, this place called the Small Sealed World simply had too many similarities with the demon realm. Even though Yang Kai's explanation seemed reasonable, Change Tian was still finding it rather hard to believe, so he asked incredulously, how did you reintegrate the lost continents together? The fact that Yang Kai could enter the continents that had long since disappeared seemed less shocking in comparison. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai was capable of repairing, maintaining, and even sealing territory gates, so reopening lost territory gates did not seem far-fetched. Senior, have you ever heard of the heaven-devouring battle law? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Chang Tian shook his head. I've never heard of it. Unlike many of the demon saints, he knew nothing about the star boundary. If it were any other demon saint standing here, they might have been familiar with the heaven-devouring battle law. After all, they must have put in a lot of effort to gather intelligence on the star boundary before and after they launched the current war. The heaven-devouring battle law is a remarkable masterpiece created by a senior of the star boundary. It has the ability to devour everything, including the heavens and the earth themselves. That senior's name is Wu Kuang, and he was a great emperor several tens of thousands of years ago. Can even be said that he was the strongest great emperor in history. The greatest characteristic of the heaven-devouring battle law is that it can devour anything and everything in the world, then turn that into something for its own use. Unfortunately, that senior relied on his incredible strength and supposed invincibility to perform many dreadful acts. As the saying goes, upset the heavenly way, suffer the karmic consequences. He finally roused too great a public outrage, and all the other great emperors joined together to kill him. In that battle, however, he alone managed to kill 4 great emperors before succumbing. Chang Tian couldn't help gasping at those words. He killed 4 great emperors? Those who had not reached Chang Tian's height could hardly imagine how difficult such a feat was. Chang Tian was also as strong as any great emperor, and he was not afraid of any of the other 12 demon saints in the demon realm. He had even fought with the first demon saint Huang Wuji before. Even so, it was still impossible for him to kill 4 demon saints with his power alone. Forget 4, even if he challenged Huang Wuji alone, he would be outmatched if a single other demon saint intervened in the battle. They stood at the pinnacle with their level of strength and cultivation. Thus, there was not much difference between them. That was also why Chang Tian, who stood at the peak, could better understand the horrors of heaven-devouring great emperor Wu Kuang. That's right. Yang Kai looked solemn. That battle was known in Star Boundary as the Great Emperor War, and the battlefield where it all took place was a place now known as the Shattered Star Sea. Chang Tian looked fascinated as he murmured, Wu Kuang, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. What an extraordinary genius. If I could exchange blows with somebody like that in my lifetime, then my life would be worthwhile. What a pity. What a pity. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not tell Chang Tian that Wu Kuang had been resurrected from the dead. At present, Wu Kuang and bustling world Great Emperor had formed a mysterious balance between them wherein they shared one body with 2 souls. Setting such matters aside, Yang Kai continued, following that battle, the name of heaven-devouring Great Emperor has become one that all knew across the star boundary. Even now, his fame has not diminished in any way. Moreover, he is publicly recognized as the strongest great emperor in the star boundary's history. The heaven-devouring battle law he created is both the evilest and most powerful secret art known. Chang Tian's expression changed upon hearing those words. And that secret art, has it fallen into your hands? They had been talking about creating a new great world when Yang Kai suddenly switched the topic to heaven-devouring great emperor. With Chang Tian's keen insight, he immediately realized the connection. Yang Kai nodded. Yes. When this junior first entered the star boundary, I crossed paths with Wu Kuang's descendant and obtained the heaven-devouring battle law by chance. At the time, my cultivation was progressing smoothly, and I also did not have any intention of cultivating another secret art. Hence, it was left to gather dust. I only learned much later that the heaven-devouring battle law is not something just anybody could cultivate. This secret art might be powerful, but it also comes with severe drawbacks. Now, it would seem that I was very fortunate instead. If he had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law back then, his character might have become twisted and distorted. His physical toughness and ability to process impurities might be higher than average, but it was still much inferior to the embodiment's innate abilities. Chang Tian gently nodded. The more powerful a secret art, the more demanding its requirements. The heavenly way is fair in all things. That is reasonable. Yang Kai continued. I have another item in my possession, however, called the Sealed World Bead, and inside it houses an independent world of its own. He pointed forward. It was the original prototype of this world. Whether it was the heaven-devouring battle law or the Sealed World Bead, they were both special in their own right. However, when I combined the two together, something amazing happened. What happened? Chang Tian couldn't help asking, even though he had a conjecture in his heart. The small sealed world became capable of devouring other spaces to strengthen itself. That is what led to the situation you see today, Senior. Chang Tian turned his head and looked around with a sigh of amazement. No wonder this world is uninhabited even though it is so vast. Since it was a new world formed by devouring the lost continents, it was only natural that there were no living creatures here. After considering it for a bit, Chang Tian asked, But, didn't you say you didn't cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law? How did you manage to combine it with the Sealed World Bead? Yang Kai smiled. I didn't cultivate it. But that does not prevent me from using the Sealed World Bead to circulate the heaven-devouring battle law. Of course, Yang Kai could not have done this to this extent if not for the embodiment. It was precisely because the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law and gained a very deep understanding of this marvelous masterpiece that Yang Kai could successfully use it through the Sealed World Bead. Astonishing. Simply astonishing. Chang Tian clicked his tongue in amazement. If it is as you have said, and this land is formed from those lost continents, then if you allowed that Sealed World Bead of yours to devour a complete continent, Senior, what you are thinking is exactly what I am aiming for. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The demon realm is falling apart. The continents don't have much time left. It's only a matter of time before they, too, disappear from the demon realm's territory. Compared to letting them disappear, you might as well let me devour them to build a new great world. If I can successfully complete this grand project, then all the living creatures in the demon realm can settle into this new world. It will end the war between the two worlds. In fact, even you, Senior, and the denizens of Hundred Spirits continent can find a place where you belong in the new world. You won't need to hide away and be oppressed by the other demon saints again. As soon as those words left Yang Kai's mouth, Chang Tian's eyes lit up with a hungry light. It was almost as though he could see a new world beneath his feet. Nevertheless, at his realm, he would not be so easily persuaded by a few sweet words even if he valued Yang Kai highly. After a while, he calmly asked, So, is the Sealed World Bead one of your trump cards? Aren't you afraid of revealing it in front of me? Something that could hopefully evolve into a great world was a supreme treasure in anybody's eyes. Even demon saints would be envious of it. Yang Kai smiled upon hearing those words and replied, The Sealed World Bead is indeed one of my trump cards, but its existence will be revealed to the world sooner or later ever since this idea came to me. In the past, I used to hide the existence of the sealed world bead because I was not strong enough to hold on to such a treasure. But now, I am a high-rank demon king and have some means of protecting myself, so why would it matter if it is revealed to the world? Furthermore, the sealed world bead might be valuable, but it is a dead object and requires the cooperation of the heaven-devouring battle law to devour space. Aside from Wu Kuang, I am the only one who has mastered the heaven-devouring battle law. Xianxia chuckled softly. Why are you telling me all this? Is it because you want my help? Yang Kai solemnly replied, creating a new world is not something I can accomplish alone, and you are the only one I can trust in the entire demon realm. I hope you can help me, senior. He did not know whether Chang Tian was trustworthy, as they had not been acquainted for long after all, so he did not understand the latter's character in full. Even so, it was a fact that Chang Tian's remaining lifespan was short, and Hundred Spirits Continent had nothing else to rely on in the future. Therefore, Yang Kai was certain Chang Tian would make the right choice when a new, better option was placed before him. Chang Tian did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought about it carefully with a stern expression. It wasn't until a long while had passed that he slowly said, "It's not that this king is unwilling to believe you. It's just that you are speaking without proof. If this world can really evolve as you say and eventually turn into an existence similar to the demon realm, then it wouldn't hurt to help you. Senior, how do you want me to prove it?" Yang Kai asked. Chang Tian smiled slightly. Verbal statements are not guarantees. Only seeing is believing. The heavy doors of the main hall opened by a crack, and Yang Kai stepped out from within. 3 gazes immediately turned towards him in unison. They belonged to none other than the 3 people who had been waiting outside, He Lian, Bai Lian, and Bai Ye. Bai Ye couldn't help letting out a breath of relief at the sight of Yang Kai. Being watched by the twin sisters, who were half-saints just like himself, in this hostile place had been extremely stressful. Yang Kai nodded lightly at He Lian and Bai Lian. "Many thanks for your hard work. We will be leaving now." He Lian stepped forward and asked, "Did Sir issue any other orders?" Yang Kai smiled. "Senior intends to cultivate in retreat." He did not give any orders. He Lian made a non-committal sound in response and said no more. She simply watched as Yang Kai and Bai Ye left. Upon leaving Hundred Spirits Continent, Yang Kai gathered the 500,000 soaring snow ice guards waiting outside and summoned Zhui Feng. Then he swung himself up onto Zhui Feng and called out to Bai Ye, "Brother Bai Ye, you and I will be leaving first. The soaring snow ice guard can return on their own." Bai Ye nodded. After speaking to the 5 division commanders of the soaring snow ice guard, he left as swiftly as the wind with Yang Kai, rushing to the nearby territory gate. Along their journey, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Bai Ye, are there any continents within Holy Venerable Bai Limo's territory that don't have a half-saint overseeing them?" Bai Ye did not understand Yang Kai's intentions in asking him this, but this information wasn't a secret, so he simply pondered over it for a moment before casually reporting a list of names. Bai Limo was in charge of several dozen continents, but not all of these continents had continent lords. She only had a dozen or so half-saints under her command, less than 20 in total. Although each half-saint was in charge of a continent, most of the continents were managed by high-ranked demon kings. The situation was similar to how it used to be on Cloud Shadow Continent. Then, let's head to Heavenly Martial Continent. Yang Kai chose one randomly. Despite being clueless as to what Yang Kai planned to do at Heavenly Martial Continent, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling uneasy. He had the feeling that nothing good would come from Yang Kai's trip to Heavenly Martial Continent. At the same time, Chang Tian stood on top of a mountain inside the small sealed world. He stood there with his hands behind his back, looking out into the distance. A low-ranked demon king stood tremblingly behind Chang Tian. He would glance up at Chang Tian's back from time to time, a sheen of sweat dampening his forehead. This low-ranked demon king was none other than the one and only resident in this newly expanded territory, Huoluan. Originally, Huoluan had been quite happy to see a fellow demon in this accursed place. However, he suddenly felt as though he was covered in a thin layer of ice when he learned the identity of the person in front of him. The Lord of Hundred Spirits Continent, an existence comparable to that of the demon saints, Chang Tian, a master famous throughout the demon realm. Why is he here? Huoluan felt dizzy. A humble and insignificant person like himself had suddenly come face to face with one of the highest existences in the demon realm. Nobody could have remained calm in those circumstances. What made Hualun most uncomfortable was the fact that this person had only been standing there motionlessly ever since appearing. The situation was such that he didn't even dare to breathe because of that. While Hualun was wallowing in anxiety, Chang Tian suddenly asked, "How long have you been here?" The sudden question startled Hualun, and when he finally recovered from his shock, he immediately replied, "Reporting to Senior, it has been more than a year since this lowly one came here." "What did this place look like when you first arrived here?" Chang Tian asked again. Hualun immediately answered, "It was not that different from what Senior sees now. However, the world energy and world principles in this place were inferior to what they are now. In addition, the territory has expanded many times during the past year. How did those changes come about? This lowly one does not know." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This lowly one was captured and locked up in this place. After 2 months of imprisonment here, a huge crack suddenly opened in the sky one day. Many continent fragments then rushed in from that crack and melted away before they fell to the ground. It felt as though they were being digested by the world. Digested? Chang Tian raised his eyebrows at those words. Yes, it's like how a demon would eat and digest food. It's just that the digestion speed is extremely fast. The world gradually experienced changes following the digestion of these continent fragments. Hualun glanced at Chang Tian's back cautiously. He was hesitant to talk about the gains he obtained, for he had picked up a lot of good stuff when the world changed for the first time, including the space ring of a half-saint. He did not know if Chang Tian's presence here had something to do with any of those things. But what if Chang Tian decided to retrieve those items after he brought that matter up? That was wealth Hualun would never obtain even if he worked hard for several hundred lifetimes. Just as he was trying to calculate his gains and losses, he heard Chang Tian speaking again. "What does the crack in the sky look like? What about the continent fragments? Tell me about them in more detail." Hualun swallowed nervously and quickly recounted everything he had seen during this past year in great detail. Chang Tian did not show any reaction to what he was saying and simply listened quietly. It made Hualun feel extremely anxious, afraid that he might say the wrong thing and end up killed by this person in front of him as a result. Even so, what made him feel slightly more relieved was that Chang Tian never even mentioned the personal effects of the half-saints. Heavenly Martial Continent was quite far from Hundred Spirits Continent, but the speed that Xianxia and Baiya could travel once they left the soaring snow ice guards behind was not slow by any means. As such, it didn't take more than a few days before the two arrived at Heavenly Martial Continent. After rushing through the territory gate, Xianxia suddenly paused in his tracks. Baiya turned to look at Xianxia. "Brother Yang, why did you want to come to Heavenly Martial Continent? Did you have any acquaintances here?" "Nope." Xianxia shook his head. "I only need this continent." "Need this continent?" Baiya frowned. "Brother Baiya, please stay calm. Also, don't be too surprised by what you see later." Xianxia smiled at Baiya slightly. "What do you mean?" Baiya was taken aback by those words. Xianxia did not answer and simply flipped his hand over casually, summoning a bead into his palm. Immediately after that, he tossed the bead into the air, formed a set of hand seals, and then pointed at the bead. A mysterious light shot out of his finger and struck the bead squarely. In the next instant, the light in the sky was suddenly obscured by something as an enormous shadow enveloped the earth. Baiya looked up, and his jaw fell open in shock. A strange creature with a round body and a wide tail that made it look like a fat tadpole had appeared in the sky. This thing was several thousand kilometers wide, and the shadow stretched over 10,000 kilometers of land below it. As soon as that thing appeared, numerous void cracks appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, Baiya clearly felt the space of this continent becoming turbulent. There was a clear and distinct spatial fluctuation spreading out into the surroundings, with that creature as its center. Wherever the invisible waves passed, countless small cracks appeared. He did not know why, but he suddenly had the feeling that the entire Heavenly Martial Continent was being pressured. It was Gun. It was not Baiya's first time seeing Gun, as he had been following Xianxia around for the past year. He had also been brought to the lost continents by Xianxia and personally witnessed Gun devouring those continent fragments. Even so, those were the lost continents, broken beyond repair and devoid of all life. As such, Baya had not given much thought to the matter despite his shock, and simply felt that Xianxia was making use of waste. Be that as it may, this was heavenly martial continent. This continent was still in perfect condition. Moreover, there were hundreds of millions of demons living on it. Xianxia, are you planning to devour this continent? Have you gone mad? Brother Yang, what are you doing? Baya turned and gave Xianxia a stern look, murderous intent radiating from his body. Xianxia seemed oblivious to this though, and simply remained atop Zhui Feng's back with a smile. Have you reported to Holy Venerable about our arrival on heavenly martial continent, Brother Baya? During their journey here, Baya had failed to conceal his little tricks from Xianxia. In fact, Baya and Bei Liemo had remained in constant contact throughout the entire past half-year. It was just that Xianxia had pretended not to know. In any case, in his original plan, Bei Liemo would have been the second person after Chang Tian to learn about his intentions anyway. If Baya reported some things to Bei Liemo in advance, it would save him the trouble of explaining to her later. Baya said coldly, Holy Venerable is on the way here. Brother Yang, please do not overstep your authority. Xianxia said, very good. It so happens that I have something to discuss with her. Baya was stunned. He never imagined that Xianxia would be so fearless towards Bei Liemo. Unfortunately, this was a moment of crisis. Heavenly Martial Continent was bound to disappear completely in a few days if Xianxia carried out his intentions here. The only person who could stand up to Xianxia at this moment was Baya. Therefore, he spoke with a cold expression despite knowing that Zhui Feng was not to be taken lightly. Brother Yang, please stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. Xianxia slowly shook his head and said, I've already made my move. There's no way to stop now. Brother Baya, you might as well try consulting with the Holy Venerable again to see what her stance on this matter is. Baya's expression became solemn. He glanced at Zhui Feng, who was carrying Xianxia, and a trace of fear emerged on his face before he hurriedly took out an item to contact Bei Liemo and inform her about this situation. While Baya was communicating with Bei Liemo, Gun cracked open a mouth that was large enough to devour the entire world and then plunged headfirst towards the ground. Silently, everywhere that Gun passed turned to nothing. Baya watched as a city not far away was devoured by Gun and vanished without a trace. None of the millions of demons living in the city managed to escape their fates. Baya's expression suddenly became extremely hideous, but just as he was about to attack, Bei Liemo replied to his message. When Baya saw her response, he was dumbfounded once more. After that, he clenched his fist and angrily snarled, Holy Venerable is rushing here. I hope you will remain as calm and at ease as you are now when she arrives, Brother Yang. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. At the same time, Hualun gave a cry of surprise on top of the mountain inside the small sealed world. Senior. That's it. That's the crack. Every time that crack appears in the sky, continent fragments will be digested by this world. Even without Hualun's reminder, Chang Tian had naturally noticed this. He squinted his eyes and stared intently at that huge crack with a look of expectation in his eyes. After some time, he confirmed it was just as Hualun had described. Continent fragments were being devoured through the crack. Hualun shouted excitedly, as if to verify that what he had said was true. Look, Senior, I wasn't lying, right? These continent fragments are immediately digested after being devoured, with nothing left behind. The moment Hualun's voice rang out, the continent fragments that had been swallowed into this place began melting away rapidly as though they were really being digested by the world. In the blink of an eye, the huge fragments shrank significantly, their volume decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye as they fell from the sky. However, Hualun's mouth opened wide enough for a fist to fit inside just a short while later. That was because the continent fragments had not melted away completely. There was still a part left. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, that part looked like a city. A city? He could barely believe what he was looking at. Over the past year or so, he had gotten accustomed to seeing the scene before him. Aside from the first time where he gained various benefits and picked up a lot of good things, the other times had always been the same. It was the first time a city had appeared in this place. Just when he was wondering if he had seen wrongly, a dense bunch of small black dots suddenly began flying out of the city. He stared intently at those black dots and discovered that those were powerful members of the demon race. These demons had obviously been living in the city and were probably uneasy after experiencing such a sudden change, so they flew out of the city to investigate the situation. The moment they saw that the city they had been living in was floating in midair and slowly falling to the ground, they began yelling. They were too far away for him to make out what they were saying exactly, but Huilun could clearly hear the panic in their voices, while he could see some even gesturing wildly. In the meantime, more and more black dots were flying out of the city and gathering together in a dense cloud. They looked like a pack of locusts in the sky. As for the weaker members of the demon race, they had no choice but to remain inside the city, though they were running about in a panic as though doomsday was upon them, enveloped in a sense of fear and trepidation. "What is going on?" Huilun muttered to himself, his complexion turning pale. The size of a city like this could not be considered small in the demon realm, so why did it get devoured? Moreover, where did this city come from? On the other hand, Chong Tian remained standing there motionlessly. His expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but his eyes were overflowing with excitement and anticipation. Sometime later, the city slowly landed on the ground as though an invisible hand was supporting it from underneath and gently lowering it. Except for some minor tremors which caused the collapse of a few less stable buildings, there was not much damage to the city in general. From today onward, there was going to be a city filled with members of the demon race on that distant plain. Another crack appeared in the sky, and another continent fragment slowly appeared. Then another crack appeared. After less than an hour, countless cracks had appeared in the sky and rained down continent fragments continuously, only for them to be swallowed into this world and thoroughly digested. Occasionally, other large cities would also fall out of the sky. Meanwhile, changes had taken place all over the world without anyone noticing. Baya stood midair outside the small sealed world, staring forward with a pale complexion, a chill covering his entire body. Not everybody could stomach watching a perfectly intact continent being gradually eaten away. The space that had been devoured was filled with nothingness as it returned to chaos, and void turbulence stirred up a storm in those chaotic regions. Despite being a half-saint, Baya could sense the dangers hidden within those areas and knew that if he was dragged into them, he would lose his way completely and never find his way back again. Madman! This guy is an absolute madman. He turned around and stared at Yang Kai, his face twitching visibly. I never took Yang Kai to be a lunatic who could reduce a perfectly good continent into such a miserable mess in such a short period of time. Heavenly Martial Continent was utterly destroyed. Even if Gun Gun stopped devouring the continent now, this continent could never return to the way it had been in the past. A land of nihility had formed in the place where Gun Gun had devoured those parts of the continent. It could even be said that Heavenly Martial Continent would fall apart, sooner or later, because of the effects. Baya constantly supplied a stream of updates on the situation here to Bailey Mo, who was rushing over as fast as she could. There was no response from her, but he could still feel her fury. This guy is dead. Holy Venerable is sure to chop Yang Kai up into 10,000 pieces for encroaching on her territory. There's no room for discussion whatsoever. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Yang Kai with some pity. However, his pity was also laced with the burning rage in his heart. If Holy Venerable truly intends to kill Yang Kai in a fit of rage, wouldn't it be better for me to do it myself? I can take the opportunity to snatch the great Emperor's opportunity that is in his possession. Becoming a demon saint will be right at my fingertips. One day later, approximately a fifth of Heavenly Martial Continent had been devoured. The continent now looked like a cookie out of which somebody had taken a big bite. It wasn't until this moment that a fluctuation came from the territory gate behind Yang Kai and Baya. Immediately afterwards, Bailey Mo appeared not too far away. She had finally arrived after hurrying over with all haste. Her phoenix eyes swept over the scene in front of her, and she immediately noticed the endless stretch of void and the chaotic aura of nothingness that emanated from it. Her expression changed drastically as a result. Then she looked into the distance and vaguely saw an enormous ball-like creature wandering about the edge of Heavenly Martial Continent. The area covered by Heavenly Martial Continent steadily shrank as that creature passed by. It was easy to imagine that it would not take long before this behemoth devoured the entire heavenly martial continent and all that would be left was emptiness. Yang Kai, you court death. Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and turned her head to glare at Yang Kai furiously, the murderous intent radiating from her body so strong that it was practically tangible. Yang Kai just smiled slightly in response. Why so angry, Holy Venerable? Seeing his calm and relaxed appearance made her so furious that she burst into laughter. This saint did everything you asked of her, even transferring 500,000 soaring snow ice guards and assigning Baya to follow and protect you. How can you repay my sincerity by doing this? While Bailey Mo was shouting, Baya secretly gathered his demon chi, preparing to attack Yang Kai the moment she gave the order. Yang Kai had made his bed, now he had to lie in it. Now that Bailey Mo herself had come forward, there was no way he could create waves no matter how powerful he was. Baya could almost see a golden world spreading out before his eyes, the prospect of which made him rather excited. Yang Kai, however, just gently nodded. This king is well aware of how accommodating you have been to me, Holy Venerable. That's exactly why I'm showing you the right way forward. He simultaneously and secretly sent her a divine sense transmission. Don't cause too much trouble now. Otherwise, don't blame me if you embarrass yourself. Bailey Mo's aura froze for a moment before she gnashed her teeth so loudly that it was audible and sneered. Destroying my continent is showing me the right way? Should I thank you then? You can decide if you want to thank me after you meet a certain somebody. He gave her a sideways look. Who? She frowned slightly. Don't resist. Then he reached out a hand towards her. She hesitated for a moment before lowering her guard. The main reason was that she couldn't remain hostile even if she wanted to. She was currently being controlled by him, so it was meaningless to resist. Moreover, Baya might notice something if things continued. What would happen to her pride as a demon saint if that happened? A large hand lightly touched her on the shoulder, and she instantly disappeared. Shocked, Baya immediately shouted, Yang Kai, what did you do to Holy Venerable? In his rage, he didn't address Yang Kai as Brother Yang, but directly by name instead. Yang Kai glanced at Baya. Don't worry, Brother Baya. With my strength, what can I do to Holy Venerable if she was truly unwilling? Baya considered those words for a moment and conceded. The situation just now clearly showed that Bailey Mo had no intention of resisting. She had probably communicated with Yang Kai about something beforehand. Even so, his heart was filled with doubts. Look at what became of heavenly martial continent. Why isn't Holy Venerable killing Yang Kai first and then asking questions later? Why does she still trust him so much? Inside the small sealed world, Chang Tian was watching the changes occurring in the world when he abruptly furrowed his brow. He turned to look back as though he had sensed something and saw a graceful figure suddenly appear behind him. Bailey Mo? He raised his brow in surprise. Chang Tian? Bailey Mo looked in his direction and her expression immediately sank. How could she not know who Yang Kai wanted her to meet at this point? She had long heard that the relationship between Yang Kai and Hundred Spirits continent was good. Besides, Chang Tian even sent out his prized mount to assist Yang Kai, but looking at the current situation, it would seem that those rumors did not do the truth justice. Bibi Waluan had gone stupid from the shock. Despite stuttering for a long time, he still couldn't utter a complete sentence. He would not have thought too deeply into the name Bailey Mo by itself. The key point was that the silver-haired woman in front of him looked exactly like how she was described in the rumors. Furthermore, she dared to address the master of Hundred Spirits continent directly by name. There was only one person who fit this description in the entire demon realm, one of the 12 demon saints, the master of the Snow Demon clan. Waluan felt faint and dizzy. It was rare for a demon king like him to meet a half-saint, much less a demon saint. Be that as it may, the Lord of Hundred Spirits continent suddenly appeared in front of him a few days ago, and now the master of the Snow Demon clan had appeared here. Just what the hell is this accursed place? Why does it attract so many influential figures? In his panic, he hurriedly bowed and greeted Bailey Mo. This lowly one greets Holy Venerable. Bailey Mo glanced at Hualuan lightly and couldn't help wondering why there was a low-ranked demon king next to Chang Tian. Even so, she didn't pay much attention to Hualuan and instead coldly asked Chang Tian, "Why are you here too? Where is this place?" All Yang Kai had told her just now was to relax and not resist. Then, her vision blurred for a moment before she appeared in this place without any warning. She did not expect to see Chang Tian in front of her. After all, the relationship between the demon saints and Chang Tian was not the most amicable. She couldn't help instantly putting her guard up in response. That rotten brat couldn't have borrowed Chang Tian's power to cause me harm, right? He has already planted his soul imprint in my knowledge sea. So there's no need to do this. Sister, I am here for the same reason that you are. Chang Tian laughed. If he had to be honest, he was a little surprised to see Bei Liemo appear in this place. As for what this place is, did Yang Boy not tell you? Bei Liemo coldly snorted. That rotten brat didn't tell me anything. Turning her head, she took a look around and didn't see Yang Kai anywhere. So she asked suspiciously, "Where is that little bastard?" "Hey! Talking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming of a demon saint." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded from above her head. "You think you're the saint's mother or something?" She snapped angrily, but despite releasing her divine sense, she couldn't detect his whereabouts. Thus, she shouted through gritted teeth, "Show yourself." "Why the hell are you sneaking around?" "I am not sneaking around." Yang Kai sounded a little upset. "Then, why don't you show yourself?" Bei Liemo coldly snorted. She couldn't help feeling like he was plotting against her if he did not show himself, which forced her to remain vigilant. "It's inconvenient." His reply was incredibly blunt. He could use his special connection with the sealed world bead to send Bei Liemo inside. Unfortunately, there would be nobody keeping watch on the outside if he entered too. What would they do if a mishap occurred? Bei Liemo was livid, but even so, she couldn't do anything to him, so her expression became as cold as thousand-year-old ice. Chang Tian, who was standing by the side, showed a look of interest at their conversation. This would be understandable if Bei Liemo had been Yu Rumeng instead. After all, everybody in the demon realm knew that Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai in special regard. The key was that this was Bei Liemo. I can't believe Bei Liemo is letting it slide when Yang Kai is taking such a terrible attitude with her. Also, just what means did Yang Kai use to bring Bei Liemo into this place? Is Bei Liemo not wary of Yang Kai at all? What's the relationship between them? Chang Tian suddenly found that he couldn't understand Yang Kai anymore. He originally thought of the latter as a simple high-ranked demon king with the Dragon Clan's bloodline. He also hoped that Yang Kai would be his successor and protect Hundred Spirits continent in the future. Who could have expected Yang Kai to be shrouded in such a layer of mystery? While Chang Tian was deep in thought, Bei Liemo had already discovered the strangeness of this world. There were enormous void cracks everywhere. Moreover, continent fragments were continuously being swallowed into the world through those void cracks and melting away into nothing. Occasionally, a city or two would fall out of the sky and firmly root themselves into the ground. There were also countless members of the demon race flying about in the air in a panic. Without even thinking about it, she immediately understood that these were the people living on Heavenly Martial Continent, while the fragments that were being devoured were the fragments of Heavenly Martial Continent itself. Recalling everything she had seen so far, her expression became grim. Just what is this place? She had felt an invisible force restraining her like a chain ever since she entered this place, and it made her very upset and uncomfortable. In addition, this place gave her the feeling of being the demon realm, but at the same time not the demon realm. This is a great world. Yang Kai's voice sounded from the sky. She immediately let out a mocking laugh. Bullshit. What kind of crappy great world is this? The demon realm was a great world, and so was the star boundary. Although she had never been to the star boundary, she knew that the world principles in the star boundary were not inferior to those of the demon realm, since it could produce existences like the great emperors. Both worlds were on the same level. On the contrary, the world she was in right now could not be compared to either the demon realm or star boundary. The world principles were weak, and the world energy was sparse. If this place could also be called a great world, then what were the demon realm and star boundary in comparison? Super great worlds. This world is yet to become complete, but it will be perfected one day. She frowned at those words. One day? When will that be? Don't be so impatient. Just wait and see. After saying that, Yang Kai stopped responding no matter how Bei Liemo shouted at him. It angered her so much that her lungs felt like they were going to explode. Meanwhile, Chang Tian's expression became more and more intrigued. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never have believed that Yang Kai dared to treat a demon saint in such a manner. Bei Liemo cursed for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai was adamantly ignoring her, she ground her teeth and turned to Chang Tian. She wanted to get some information from him, but the hateful thing was that he had turned away from her as he stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. His carefree and nonchalant appearance nearly made her gnash all her teeth to bits. Closed behind the two towering figures of the demon realm, Huoluan shivered like a quail in the cold winter. Time slowly passed, and the abnormality in the sky never stopped for a moment. It wasn't until a certain moment that Chang Tian's expression, which had been as tranquil as an ancient well, suddenly changed. Even Bei Liemo, who was sulking, let out a cry of surprise. Chang Tian looked back and glanced at her, and when their eyes met, they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this point, Bei Liemo no longer had time to continue being mad at Chang Tian and Yang Kai. Taking 2 steps forward and standing shoulder to shoulder with Chang Tian, Bei Liemo let the mountain breeze blow through her silver hair reminiscent of white snow and carefully observed the world before her. "Did you feel that?" Chang Tian asked solemnly. She gently nodded. "It looks like I didn't feel it wrongly." His expression was one of disbelief as he slowly shook his head and said, "I would never have believed that this world was capable of such a thing if I had not seen it for myself. From the looks of it, Yang Boy's plan might actually work. What the hell is he planning? Why does he have to destroy my continent for no reason?" Bei Liemo went with the flow of the conversation and asked once more. Chang Tian asked with some surprise, "The continent that is being devoured right now is one of the continents in your territory?" Bei Liemo gritted her teeth and nodded. "Of course. Why else would I come here looking for him if not for that? That little bastard ruined one of my continents without even saying a word. I'm going to make him pay for this one day." Chang Tian smiled slightly in response and fell deep in thought for some time before saying, "He didn't do this without reason. He is simply verifying a future direction." Bei Liemo looked at him but didn't ask any more questions. Seeing as Chang Tian had brought up the subject, he probably planned to explain things to her now. Yang Boy has a treasure in his possession called the Sealed World Bead. It contains an independent world of its own inside it, which is none other than this space where we are right now. This space has the ability to devour other spaces and thereby strengthen itself in the process. What you see before your eyes are the broken continents that disappeared from the demon realm over the past few thousand years. According to Yang Boy, the lost continents have long since shattered. The world principles withered and all living creatures perished. However, this prototype world in front of us is the result formed after that giant black creature devoured those broken continents. "How can that be?" Bei Liemo exclaimed. Although she had not known about the fate that would eventually befall those lost continents, what Chang Tian was saying was simply too inconceivable. "I didn't believe it to be possible either." Chang Tian slowly shook his head and continued with a chuckle. "But I have no choice but to believe after witnessing this for myself." Stunned, Bei Liemo turned to look at the crack in the sky with a slightly dazed gaze. It was just as Chang Tian had told Yang Kai before, seeing is believing. Before Bei Liemo entered this place, she had personally witnessed the enormous creature devouring the heavenly Martial continent. Approximately a fifth of the continent had been devoured by the time she arrived, and since entering this place, she had watched as the continental fragments that were devoured were dissolved into this world while the cities caught up in the process landed in an orderly manner. Even those members of the demon race living in those cities had been swallowed up into this place. It would have been nothing special if that were all. The key was that this world was also undergoing various changes while the devouring process was taking place. These changes were so subtle that they were difficult for ordinary people to detect. However, they could not escape Bei Liemo and Chang Tian's senses. It was precisely because they could detect these changes that they blurted out the words that began their current conversation. The world principles had become stronger, and the world energy had become a bit denser. Furthermore, the changes were becoming more and more obvious with the passage of time. "Why is he doing this?" Bei Liemo asked with a frown. "He said he wants to quell the war between the two worlds and provide the demon race with another place to live," Chang Tian replied lightly. "But, in my opinion, he is probably doing this to save the star boundary." He is already part of the demon race. Her expression darkened. Yang Kai was human when they first met. Nevertheless, his identity had undergone a tremendous change after he was demonified. His body was filled with demon chi now, so what was he if not a member of the demon race?
But his heart lies with the star boundary. Xianxia smiled slightly. Humph. She sneered, how can the war between the two worlds be so easy to quell?
Who will be willing to stop the fight unless one party dies now that the war has already started? You are right, but it may not be impossible if he has enough capital to intervene in the war. Chang Tian stretched out his hand and pointed, and this world is his basis for intervening. If you play with fire, you will burn yourself. Bei Liemo looked upset. Her words were clearly meant for Yang Kai to hear because she knew that he was definitely paying attention to the situation here, even if he did not say anything.
Chang Tian stopped talking and quietly watched the changes taking place before him. Since he refused to speak, Bei Liemo had no conversation partner and could only suppress the words she wanted to say in her heart.
Around 5 days after Bei Liemo entered the small sealed world, the cracks in the sky closed again. When the last crack disappeared, no more continent fragments appeared. By this time, both Bei Liemo and Chang Tian could clearly perceive that the world had changed a lot from before. It might still be vastly inferior to the demon realm, but it was at least stronger than it had been when they first arrived. Then, Yang Kai's voice resounded in the sky again. Senior, this is the result after devouring just one continent. What do you think? If Yang Kai had to be honest, he himself was a little surprised by the results. The benefits gained from the small sealed world devouring heavenly martial continent were far beyond his expectations.
If he compared the small sealed world to a person's stomach, then the shattered continents it had devoured in the past were nothing more than weeds with poor nutritional value. In contrast, heavenly martial continent was a delicious plate of braised pork.
The benefits they each brought to the small sealed world were a stark contrast to each other. Devouring just one heavenly martial continent was far better than devouring more than 10 shattered continents combined. The reason behind this could only come down to the fact that the world principles of those shattered continents had withered while the world principles of heavenly martial continent were in perfect condition. It was very unexpected, but there's still a long way to go. Chang Tian replied calmly. Yang Kai laughed. At least this is a good start. I believe that as long as enough continents are devoured, this world will become a perfect great world one day. It won't be any worse than the demon realm. Bei Liemo was horrified and shouted, Don't tell me you plan on causing more damage for me? I'm warning you. One heavenly martial continent is bad enough, but if you dare... All of a sudden, she gave a grunt in the middle of her sentence and her complexion paled slightly as the rest of her sentence trailed off. All that was left was the fury on her face. Chang Tian glanced at her in surprise.
Frowning deeply, he seemed to realize something and promptly revealed a shocked expression. He mulled over something for a bit before saying to the sky, Your actions will be condemned by the entire world. The demon saints won't just stand by and do nothing either. If you really intend to do this, you will make the entire demon realm your enemy. Who knows how many demon saints will be after your life at that time? Are you certain you want to go down this path? The bow has already been drawn. It must be shot now. Yang Kai's voice was resolute and decisive. Since ancient times, those who wish to achieve great things are generally helpless without support. That is why I hope that the two of you will help me. Bei Liemo immediately retorted with a frosty expression, I refuse. That's not up to you. He snorted coldly. Although Chang Tian still required some persuading, Yang Kai had already decided to proceed with his plans when it came to Bei Liemo. Heavenly martial continent was just the beginning. It was useless even if she refused to cooperate, as he was perfectly capable of cleanly devouring the continents under her jurisdiction, piece by piece. When she was left with nothing, she would be forced to get on board with his plans regardless. Therefore, she had no choice whatsoever in this matter. Seeing how domineering Yang Kai was acting, Bei Liemo's expression turned even uglier. Chang Tian gave her a smile and said, Why are you so upset, Sister Bei? What Yang Boy mentioned earlier is the truth. The demon realm will not last for much longer. If we can exchange a broken demon realm for a perfect demon realm, then this is a good deal for everybody involved. She turned to look at him with a sneer. Aren't you afraid that he might cut us off and burn all the bridges later? Xianxia simply smiled in response. This king's lifespan is nearing its end. I simply wish to find a way out for 100 Spirits Continent before my time is up. I do not wish for more. Bailey Mo was taken aback by those words for a moment before she burst out laughing. Isn't that great then? If you allow him to devour 100 Spirits Continent first, then this saint will agree. What do you say? Chong Tian might be a master comparable to that of a demon saint, but he was different from the rest of the demon saints. He only had 100 Spirits Continent under him. Losing one heavenly martial continent would not harm Bailey Mo much. But Chong Tian would lose all paths of retreat once 100 Spirits Continent was devoured. Besides, Yang Kai had already made it clear that she had no way to refuse him. Nevertheless, her worries would be reduced considerably if she could drag Chong Tian down with her in advance. After all, she couldn't be the only one suffering all the bad luck in the world. Chong Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sister Bei is really quite devious. Bei Liemo coldly snorted. What? Don't tell me you don't even have this level of resolve. He nodded lightly. What you've said is reasonable. Very well then, let's start with 100 Spirits Continent. Yang Kai was overjoyed upon hearing this. Senior, does that mean you agree? If you can promise me a few conditions, Senior, please speak, he said solemnly. Please treat all the living creatures of 100 Spirits Continent kindly. Don't let harm befall them for any reason or cause. Yang Kai laughed. That's not a problem. Even without you saying that, I won't do anything like that, Senior. Secondly, I want a territory 10 times the size of 100 Spirits Continent. Chong Tian continued. Done. Yang Kai agreed without even thinking about it. 100 Spirits Continent was just one continent, so 10 times the territory simply meant 10 continents. Bailey Mo controlled several dozen continents under her, and with the lost continents Gun had already devoured, allocating a bit of extra space to 100 Spirits Continent was really not a problem. As such, this wasn't much of a condition to Yang Kai, as it was something he could solve easily. Third. Chong Tian paused before continuing with a smile. The third doesn't really count as a condition, I guess. It's just that your plan is on such a large scale that I'm afraid just relying on me and Sister Bei alone would not be of much help. You will need to gain more supporters to have a chance of succeeding. Yang Kai replied. Ru Meng should not be a problem. Chong Tian had clearly thought of this too and nodded lightly in response. If you add in you Ru Meng, good, this king agrees. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai was ecstatic. It felt like a stone had finally lifted from his heart. He secretly made plans to go and devour 100 Spirits Continent as soon as possible. By then, there would be no turning back anymore, and it would be too late for Chong Tian to regret. I have conditions too, Bailey Mo exclaimed. Since he was in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't bother getting into an argument with her and asked, What conditions do you have? Let's hear them, she said through gritted teeth. You should know what my conditions are. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before he replied. Good. I will grant you your wish after we succeed in this matter. Although she had not mentioned what she wanted clearly, the most important thing to her at this moment was to regain her freedom. So obviously she wanted him to remove the soul imprint he had planted in her knowledge sea. Bailey Mo's eyelashes trembled in response, and she didn't say anything more. Now that everything had been agreed upon, a crack appeared in front of Chong Tian, and Bailey Mo and Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Please proceed forward. Chong Tian and Bailey Mo looked at each other before rushing into the crack with a flicker, vanishing out of sight in the blink of an eye. Leaving Huoluan alone on the top of the mountain. A cold wind blew past and his body felt icy. It wasn't until the crack in front of him disappeared that he fell to the ground, panting for breath. His fright did not come from meeting the two figures on the level of demon saints, but rather because of the topics that those two had been discussing with the voice from the sky. I heard something I shouldn't have. The only outcome is to be silenced permanently. In that short period of time just now, he felt as though he had been pacing back and forth in front of the gates of death. Fortunately, the final result was not too bad. Those people had not shown any interest in him whatsoever, which in turn saved his life. Outside the small sealed world, Chong Tian and Bailey Mo appeared together, and their gazes landed on the bead that Yang Kai was playing with.
They both knew that it was probably the sealed world bead that contained a world inside. Baya cupped his fist. "Greetings, holy venerable."
"Greetings, Senior Chong Tian." Bailey Mo nodded lightly. Meanwhile, Chong Tian smiled at Yang Kai slightly. "Don't forget what you promised me. I will await you and holy venerable Ru Meng on 100 Spirits Continent." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Senior, please have a safe journey."
"I will not be seeing you off." Chong Tian nodded and vanished from the spot. After Chong Tian left, Bailey Mo finally turned to look at Yang Kai while gritting her teeth and gave a cold laugh. "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai gave a dry laugh. "Holy venerable, please don't be so bitter and hostile. If this succeeds, it will benefit all of us." She looked like she wanted to say something else, but he didn't give her the opportunity, quickly taking his leave through the territory gate. Baya looked in the direction Yang Kai was leaving and asked, "Holy venerable, heavenly martial continent has been destroyed. Are we just going to let this matter go? What else do you want to do?" Bailey Mo glanced sideways at him.
Baya said, "Should I gather some people too?" While speaking, he reached up his hand and made a swiping gesture at his neck. "Do what?" She was absolutely livid. Unable to lose her temper with Yang Kai, she vented all her rage on Baya instead. "Can you kill him?
Can you even catch him? Stop humiliating this saint. Notify all the half-saints who are still within the territory to gather at Soaring Snow Ice Palace. This saint has an announcement to make." She then ignored Baya, turned her back to him, and headed towards the territory gate. In response, Baya touched his nose with a helpless expression upon receiving her contempt. He did not dare to remain in this place for long and hurriedly left. Heavenly Martial Continent had been devoured, and the space where the continent used to be was now nothing but a land of nihility. With the void turbulence running wild inside, even the territory gate had become unstable. This territory gate would most likely disappear soon, and he would never be able to leave again once it collapsed.
Oh. The place where the holy city was located on Enchantment Continent was the center of Yu Rumeng's territory. The holy city did not seem to have been affected by the war between the two worlds and was still as lively as ever with an endless stream of people coming and going. Moreover, demon great generals and demon kings could be found everywhere. Approximately 10 kilometers away from the holy city sat Yu Rumeng's palace. At this moment, Yu Rumeng was sitting cross-legged in a secret room under the palace grounds. She was slowly forming different seals with one of her hands while holding a purple fruit under her nose with the other. Following her breathing, a purple aura wafted out of that fruit like a propitious omen and was absorbed into her body. Almost all of the demon saints had been injured during the battle on Eternal Sky Continent, and Yu Rumeng was no exception. Her soul manifestation had been destroyed and her divine sense had been injured as a result. An injury of that level could not be healed in a matter of days. She had been recuperating from her injuries for the past year or so. The other demon saints who had their soul manifestations destroyed were obviously doing the same. Still, it would be some time before she fully healed. All of a sudden, she seemed to feel something and opened her eyes abruptly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky, but she quickly bit her lip lightly and gave a cold snort. After that, she closed her eyes again and continued breathing in the aura of the small purple fruit. Even so, she couldn't bring herself to calm down and focus anymore. The purple aura wafted under her nose like a lost lamb, no longer pouring into her body. Instead, it disappeared after wafting about her body for a while. Meanwhile, Yang Kai strode forward confidently inside the palace. He ran about aimlessly, shouting out Yu Rumeng's name loudly wherever he went. A group of guards were left knocked over and unconscious when they tried to stop him. A charming maid followed behind him and ran forward to block his path, anxiously saying, "Great King, this is the Holy Venerable's palace. Please do not make such a commotion. Holy Venerable will get angry if she learns about this." Yang Kai continued forward while glaring around at his surroundings though, shouting as he strode, "Make way! Make way! Do not block this king's path." While speaking, he reached out and pushed the maid out of the way. He nearly knocked her to the ground as a result. Despite searching high and low, he could not find Yu Rumeng anywhere. On the contrary, the commotion he caused had attracted many of the palace's guards who surrounded him and glared at him in a hostile manner. Yang Kai stood on the spot and scratched his head. Turning his head to look at the maid who had just spoken, he asked,
Where's Holy Venerable now? Why don't I see her anywhere? The maid shook her head. This little one does not know either. He then asked the guards the same question. Do you know where Holy Venerable is right now? Not only did the guards ignore him, but they also glared at him in a solemn manner, as though staring at a great enemy. Yang Kai chuckled slightly at the sight, closed his eyes, and silently spread out his senses. Although he had transferred the Heart Seal secret technique to the soul-warming lotus, it had not made the secret technique lose its effects entirely. He should be able to determine Yu Rumeng whereabouts if he focused his perception on the secret technique. Naturally, that was only under the prerequisite that they were not too far apart. Otherwise, this wouldn't work either. A short while later, his expression changed. He turned his head to look in a certain direction and laughed. Following the fluctuations of space principles, he vanished from the spot.